gentlemen. It is another day. Coffee. Cheers. Bonk. Man, that's fucking good. Oh, yeah. Today's gonna be a lock-in kind of day. You see in the top right, we have the no chat command. If you want to reach me, you can run that command, and that will be that. Everything else will fall by the wayside and be considered noise. As much as I love everyone who is in chat talking, it's time to lock in. So, off rip, Wasteland. Today, well, yesterday we designed this, right? Designed in the purest sense. It's not even in the game yet. It's a drill that you place down on the sand. It's going to spit out sand on a conveyor belt, similar to Factorio drills. That'll give us sand, and we can process that sand in a electric furnace into silicon. Now, what do we do with that silicon? Well, that's the next step of today. Last night, I got completely derailed trying to understand how this shit works at the lowest level possible. I understood the difference between a P MOSFET, a P-type transistor, and an N-type transistor. Pretty cool stuff. Dare I say a little bit swag? So very, very interesting stuff. That was just a massive side tangent, but we're back now today, fresh, and we're gonna boil it all down into just simply creating a transistor item. Transistor. What does a transistor actually look like? Something like this. It's obviously a very thick version. But if we had to think about it, it would probably just be that, right? Something along those lines. This. Let's try and encapsulate that in a small form factor. See if it's even possible. But welcome in, gentlemen. Hope you're having an excellent day, wherever you may live in the world. I have a couple ideas for what I want to focus on today. But off rip, we're just going to do this whole transistor shebang. I might make it copper. So we need, that's the gate. That's the source. And then that's the drain. That's a transistor. More or less. I probably want to scale down a little bit. So I'll try that again. We will take just this part. Actually, take the whole part, chop it off. Doo-doo. Do, do, do. Can we do that? Yeah, we could probably do that. can even do that. Yeah, that looks nice. I like that. Alright, that's a transistor. Yeah, that'll work. Cool. There we go. That looks alright to me. Okay, so this plus copper wire equal transistor, transistor, transistor. We can kind of put in the game. And by put in the game, I mean we are going to open up a linear issue. Actually, I'm not going to use the desktop app. Maybe I am. I actually do kind of like it. I like being able to full screen my browser and not have this tab up the side. I could collapse the tabs, but like... Oops, that's not what I wanted. You can unpin them, but... God, it's just so annoying, like, trying to get in here. Like, look how laggy that is. I gotta wait like an extra 500 milliseconds for that to open. It's fucking irritating. And we got this top bar here. It's just, everything is disgusting about this browser. I would love to switch. But alas, I cannot. All right. Then we have transistor crafted from 1x silicon and 3x wire. Transistor is now law accurate. Highly simplified, but hey, that's fucking facts, bro. According to yesterday's deep dives. I was kind of thinking like how we would actually add logic into the game, because we already have this, which you could get 90% of it just by simply placing down the transistor, and you would have like input, output, like source, drain, right, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Then the gate would come in here, and then by default it would flow through, and then when you powered this it would just shut off. That would give you like... Actually, no, it wouldn't work with the existing power system that we've got. It just wouldn't. So I would even either redesign the power system or add a separate logic wiring, which would be like Minecraft Redstone, but a little bit more hands-on. Like honestly, hey, let me bring back the Felsted circuit. Like you could more or less just do this, right? Like we have redstone torch here or something, like some kind of always on, like 1, right? And then simple transistor, always on over here, flick that off. Now that flows all the way through, right? Flick that on, shuts off. And then you could have the N-type transistor do the inverse of that. And you could more or less create logic out of that, right? Like, you could do everything. Not more or less, you literally could do everything. Like, it is now Turing complete. Make a NOT gate. And then make an AND. I haven't figured out how to make an AND gate yet. Maybe we'll do that at the end of the stream today. But, yeah. Could be kind of interesting. Like, it would be cool essentially having logic in the game. At the lowest level, you literally just have P and N type transistors. And then you could essentially use the tesseracts to build like circuits and abstractions and like abstract that away and like make your own custom just single block module that does like whatever you want it to do. So then, you know, you could get like a nice abstract like NOT gate through this, or like an AND coming in from like whichever side you want, right? It could be really interesting, but it would be a whole lot of elbow grease to make that whole thing feel good. It would probably need to exist on a separate thing than the whole Tesseract system. I mean, the Tesseracts could just reuse it, but I guess the whole point of the modules is that you want them to be clonable and reusable, so you could just craft them again. So yeah, it would probably need like a dedicated like circuit workbench, and I just fucking love the idea of you literally shrinking down into the circuit and then like building the entire wiring on the inside to create whatever module. Like same deal as Tesseract. We just have to figure out like the whole like cloning aspect of things, I guess. I guess you could just do that with the Tesseract as well. Like if you made it really easy to clone a Tesseract and like put it in a module, then that'd be cool. There's definitely something here. Definitely something that to explore. But that is a 1.0 kind of vibe. We need to get into early access ASAP. So moving on with the day. Transistor. That is the culmination of my little deep dive. I'm really excited about that in the future. I'm actually going to add that as a backlog item. Why the fuck is this? Okay, I'm just going to use the web app. Fuck you. Fuck you, desktop app. Suck my nuts. Backlog. Full logic. Workbench. Wiring stuff. P. Probs make a new type of wire that's very subtle and can have an always on source like redstone. P type plus N type transistors equal whole Wiring now, Turing complete. Figure out how to shrink down into a circuit board, into a custom circuit board item, wire it up how you want, and then mass produce them in your factory. Could literally build a computer inside Terrafactor. It would be a fucking sick weekend project. Not even a weekend project, but just like an ongoing thing. I just boot up my fucking world in Terrafactor and make more progress on like learning how to build a computer from scratch. Like, but like I'm doing it in Terrafactor. It would be so much fucking fun, man. That would be sick. I am 100% gonna do that at some point. This is going to be labeled as Tech Chub. And also Post EA. Great. Beautiful. Look at that. This research item that I added yesterday actually ended up doing. You'd probably understand how this work for designing in-game silicon and electron exchange, specific gas to fill. What is the actual difference between N-type and P-type silicon? We know that. How does doping work? What is added? What does it change? Doping is like adding certain elements into the existing silicon to change whether it's an N-type or P-type, maybe? How do the three layers, NPN/PNP, create the switching/amplification behavior? Still not 100% on that, I don't think. What does it mean for a simplified Ingame recipe? What materials should transistor feel like it needs? Yeah. More or less, I would say this is 100% just done now. I got the gist out of it. I will learn more as needed. Why isn't it showing me the whole? It's only showing me active. There we go. Fuck yeah, man. Dude, where did my issue just go? Here. Okay. All right. Go back. What was I in the middle doing? Transistor. Let me bring up chat, by the way, just so I can check every now and then this stream's okay, that we're not fucking dying. Okay, throw that off to the side. There we go. Should be good though. Reason get I'm at? I'm gonna call it rainy stone and a set of redstone. Maybe, man. Maybe. Alright. What we doing? Oh, we have a transistor now, so let me add that. Have that. Sacrifice tribute item for the hole in stage 2. It wants 512 of these. Let's open Obsidian real quick. Ugh. Thousand smart pitting, 1,000 vertical framework, and 100 automated wiring. That'll do. Craftable in the assembler. So we need to think about where the assembler comes into play as well. Should probably be here, right? Yeah, the assembler should 100% be a tech tree thing. Tech tree changes. Stage 2 milestones. Assembler. Unlocks assembler, transistor, stage 2 tribute items, 1024 planes. Lattice, 512 transistors. Okay, what else do we want to put in here? I think I want some kind of electric gate thing. Also, substation thing. So those are the two things that I want to work on today. Is we're going to spec this out. So we want a... Oh, we also need to do tools to do. Figure... Can I change this to a... God damn it. It's like a to-do item. Checklist. Figure out the tool, the next tool tier. Electrum. So let's have a little bit of a workbench, and we're gonna call this substation thing. We'll figure it out later. 5 powers all. Powers everything in a 5x5 radius. Connects to other... Should it connect to other substations like a power line? I wonder. Would that be too easy? Because like we could have the 1-2. I know Factorio, it has the big substation, which lets you like power, like if we pretend this is a substation, it'll let you power in that range, right? Like everything in that range. But the connection to the actual wire is only like out to here. And then so you need to hook it up to like a big power pole. So I don't know. I don't know. I almost want to separate the idea of the power pole and the wire, because like a power pole would essentially stop you from needing this spaghetti, and you could go over belts, which would be amazing. So we currently have a wireless power thing, but it's just like it's just too cringe. I don't like it. So I think like a power pole, and then a power pole connects to every other power pole nearby. And then you just need to simply put a wire right into the power pole. Right? And it would essentially power in like a 1x1. Or maybe just like exactly how the wire is right now, like all the cardinal directions. So like you could technically just place a power pole here, and then that would power that. And then another upgrade later on would be a substation, which would power like everything in this chunk if you placed it in the center. So that would be an extra upgrade. I like that idea. Okay, let's design out the power pole. Power pole. How are we gonna do this? You know what? We can take it from this wood. Yeah. Yeah. 1000%. You can essentially just reuse this like shape and vibe. Although we might want to change the color because it looks kind of us. But it would kind of be as simple as that. I'll use this as well. It's the wrong color. There we go. So now it would be as simple as just kind of like connecting that up. Could probably have like a bit of wire on top. Let's see. Yeah, we'll figure that out later. Call this power pole. Is there something else I could call it? I'll just call it power pole for now. Collision is a small 4x4 pixel box at the base. It extends up to its top at 40 pixels to a height of 40 pixels from the base. It will connect to other power poles in a, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Let's say 12. In a 12 by 12 by 12 or like just radius in a 12x tile radius. The rendering for the power line needs to be, we'll say, a power line from the top will connect to any connected other power pole. So we'll need to render these. Render these on top, probably using a shader, or just doing it pixel by pixel. That would kind of be inefficient as fuck, so so it's not unperformant as fuck. It'll need to be a slightly sagged line that draws at the pixel scale. That draws pixelated at the correct res to match the game perfectly. Other game assets perfectly. 480x by 270 by at the default zoom. This is the merged. This might be hard, so let's discuss how to do this first before tackling. Ask me any questions. Take your time to study existing rendering. Ask me any questions. Okay. That's that. So that's a power pole. It'll basically look like this, right? Like, bonk, bonk. And then a nice little line between the two. Like so. That'll look fucking sick, especially with a nice shader. I've wanted to do this for such a long time. My God. And now that we are doing clanker-driven development, it is as easy as just typing it out. All right, so that's the power line kind of sorted. To power the power line, it'll need a wire/power input from any cardinal direction, just simply using the existing power system. This whole thing will replace the current, what's it called? Power tower. Energy root. You can study this for the connection logic and how to actually transfer the power. Gangster. All right. So that's that done. Do I add the substation now? I may as well, right? While we're here. What should it be? Should it be like a 2x2, like big block that just does everything powered within a radius like that? How should it work? I should just take Factoria's substation. What's the radius? Dimensions 2x2 supply area is there's a quality. That's a space age feature. Wow. Interesting. I gotta play Space Age, man. But yeah, basically it has... Why is it saying the same reach as the supply area? Coverage range of a substation 8 by 18 tiles. Y reach is also 18 tiles. What's the fucking orange then? What's the orange used in this picture for? Oh. But yeah, that sounds about right. 18 by 18. How do we want to do this? 2x2, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Yeah, that's a bit too much. But yeah, we can just do something like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, including itself. Especially for larger factory builds. As you scale up into the late game. Could do that. Could do that. Dude, the power lines and like this are just gonna add so much fucking visual flair to the game. It's gonna be wild. Yeah, let's do it. Fuck it. Make it a 2x2. I don't really know what shape this is going to take. We can fuck around and find out. wonder if we can essentially do something like that. Like it looks like the, like it's going into the ground. Kind of fuck with that. Just make it symmetrical for now. Kind of like a good enough V1, I think. Substation. There we go. Done. Substation. How's everything unified by, I'm gonna say what? Let's get this. Good bounds. There we go. Oops, not quite. Nope. There we go. It's a good bounding box. Bang. Powers everything in a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We can play around a bit later. Yeah, we can say 8. Powers everything in a 8x8 radius outside its own 2x2. Behaves exactly like how the Factorio, say, similar to Factorio. Connects, I would say we do the wire connection, right? So we would just go maybe like directly from the center. We could even say like it can only have like a handful of connections if we really wanted like actually connect it like this. That'd be really interesting. That's probably overkill though. It would look cool. Just trying to think like what purpose does it serve? Because we shouldn't really limit the wire connections, right? That happens in Satisfactory and it kind of pisses me off. But I don't know. Don't know. Yeah, I hate limiting wire connections. I do like the idea of it like just visually going to the closest one though. So like fuck it. Client-driven programming. I would not do this, but it's just such like a free lunch that it's kind of just possible, right? There is 4 connections for the substation. It'll connect to the power poles and can also be connected to ground wires, of course, like everything else. For the power pole connection, there are 4 spots it can connect to. The power pole will just go to the nearest spot. This is purely visual. This is more or less just a visual thing. Each connection is at around, we'll say, bottom 2 connections. Bottom 2 tile connections are centered at around the middle of the tile. Top 2 are connected at the middle. Visually, top 2 are connected at the middle plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 plus around 6 pixels. plus y. Y plus 6. Connection points. The power pole could connect to. Just choose the nearest one. Radius of the power pole connection should be anywhere within the substation range itself, I think. I'm not sure though. We'll see. Figure that out later. Once we got it in the game. Alright, there we go. That's the substation. Power pole. I would say this comes from like the electric wood. It's called copperwood, right? I'm trying to think like what the base material this is. I think I kind of want to use copperwood, so like the wood that you get from this tree. Or we could even say it's elf wood from this tree, which could be interesting. Maybe later. Maybe later. I think elf wood, I want to use it in the late game, and then you got to figure out how to automate elf wood by like placing blocks yourself. So then like some logic stuff could come into play, but that's like, that's a stretch goal for ages. For now, yeah, I think we just simply do one of these. Like call it a day. Yeah, it feels alright. I'm gonna call this copperwood. Changes. Small tree resource sprite is now copperwood. Delete the old sprite. Copperwood.png, very nice. Let me I nearly had a heart attack. I thought I was on the wrong scene this whole time. God, I need a second monitor. Now that I don't have chat open to tell me when shit's fucking up. Really do. All right, let me save this. It'll be very sad if I lost this right now. You know what I would find really funny? Take a cactus. Take some potatoes. You now have a potato cactus, which is irresistible, absolutely delicious for slimes and stumpies alike, and they can't help but just bang their head into it like a moth to a flame, trying to eat the potatoes but killing themselves in the process. That might be a little too easy for automation though. So I kind of like the idea of like you have to manually kill them with like spikes or something else. But I don't know. We'll table that idea. We'll leave it there. Okay, what else do we need? Right, we're in the middle of figuring this out. Like, what's the resource for this, right? I also really like the idea of there being a specific type of sand that's kind of a little bit deeper in the wasteland that you need to place this on top of. So you actually are forced to go in a little bit more. Let me do that real quick. Like we'll just simply duplicate this and then we'll call it rich sand. I'll just kind of like hue shift it a bit. Maybe make it a little blue, kind of like spice or something, you know? Rich sand. I call it enriched sand. Yields a 10x multiplier. On sand output, maybe? Not sure. Like, I'm either thinking we just make it so that you literally can't mine sand on the regular soil, or we make it so that it's just, you can, but you only get a small amount. Yields actually good returns for sand with the excavator. Generate this in Perlin noise patches in the wasteland. The deeper into the wasteland, the more of this there is. Have don't spawn this within the first, I would say, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 20, 30. In the first 32 tiles of the wasteland. Plains border. Forces the player to go deeper into the wasteland to get highest yields of sand. Normal sand excavation. When a normal sand with an excavator should be painfully slow. Like only one sand every 10 seconds. We'll say yields 10x returns for sand with the excavator. Turns then regular sand. There we go. So this will force you to go a little bit deeper in, which will be huge. Right. Very nice. Has rich sand repeat text.png. Simply just add a new tile type and swap this in. When swapped in, when the player tries to dig up, when player tries to dig this up, it just drops normal sand. We'll say sand, intermediate crafting item, can also be placed directly on the ground to produce the sand tile. Or the sand tile. To swap in the sand tile. Okay. Dude, I love doing all of my game design just in this. It's so much fun. Like, I'm just pure content mode. I'm not even thinking about the programming. It's amazing. Like, in the past, I would have done this one by one and, like, flip-flop back and forth and context switch between, like, programming and, like, not. But having this big just planning phase for all the content almost just makes more sense. Maybe not in the beginning, because, like, I wouldn't really know what I'm doing, but now that I'm, like, a little bit more experienced with game design, this feels really nice. Because I can, like, simulate a little bit more of how things are going to work out in my head. But I'm still obviously going to need a fuck ton of playtesting to actually make this feel good. Yeah, this is just my guess of what I think would be good. So, yeah, we got an enriched sand, which is cool. That should be nice. Probably want to make it, like, a little bit more... like that. That's just closer. Closer in the hues. More saturation. Maybe we just make it red, honestly. That looks even better. Yeah. Now we're talking. Dude, this biome's gonna be fucking sick, man. Honestly, at this rate, I might even have to, like, push off the cobalt biome into, like, a update after EA. as like a major content update. Who knows? I do think this is a really good idea of just redesigning stage 2 to be fucking banging. Because it makes way more sense to like work on the early parts of the game. Because like all the players are going to play that, and that's going to be what determines if the game is actually good, right? So this was a really good idea, reworking the wasteland. Alright, what do we do now? We have this into this, which gives us a transistor. Transistor we can use really nicely for a bunch of stuff. Throw it in the hole. I think at this stage I just need to get everything in the game, and then I can think a little bit more about the design. Or actually, there was one more thing I wanted to do in this pass of content, and it was base building within the wasteland. So you're gonna need to set up like a like an outpost, right? So let's get that going. Set up an outpost. So I'm gonna need a new type of wall that replaces the wood wall, and we're gonna need to draw how that should feel. So I guess let me just prototype it out. We'll just get cranking, shall we? I kind of like the idea of it being sandstone. I think that's why the image I found yesterday spoke to me. This. Because it's like exactly what we're going for here. It's creating a little oasis. I need to think about like what this color even is. It's definitely way brighter. No, it's just more saturated actually. It's not that much brighter. More saturated and more yellow. So yeah, if we desaturate the living shit out of this, not the living shit, but a decent amount. There we go, getting somewhere. So now I need to make it contrast better with the background here. So what can we do? What can we do? Just make it way darker. Like this. So we're trying to make a sandstone wall. I might first just focus on getting the values right. So let's grayscale this motherfucker and get to work. Color later. So yeah, something like that could work really nicely. Yo. Turtle on Crack. Excellent name, my friend. Excellent name. Thank you for the prime, brother. Yeah, something like this. Doesn't need to be too... This is also not the exact color of the background, but, you know, we'll fix it up later. That to me feels perfect, because it's literally just stone, actually. We can just use stone for this, because we get a bunch of stone from this biome, right? So I think we'll want to just make use of that. Like, that can be the main building material for when you go out here. Anything else can just, like, slowly crack and, like, break really quickly. So, yeah. It's going to be really blocky. Almost like how I did the first stone walls in the game. Like, it's literally just going to look like this. It's like a little bit of character here and there. So yeah, that'll more or less be how it looks, I reckon. So now, what I want to introduce here is the concept of a gate. An electric gate that opens and closes. And it's going to be the very first gate in the game that is actually automated. And it's going to be glorious. I think honestly, we could just do something like that for the closed version. We'll figure it out later, like how it actually looks, but I think I'll start with getting the walls in, and then we can just put the wall into the gate. So let's just do a real quick tile map. Go to the tile set heaven. I think I actually already have stone walls in here somewhere. Like they should already be here. Maybe not. This was a while ago. Do I even have the pine wood? I do. Wood wall. Here we go. Yeah, so we'll just copy this. Except make it really chunky. It's going to be the easiest way. Alright. Let's do it. New tile map. We'll call this stone wall. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, the standard. Very good. Very good, very good. Dude, this is gonna be fucking sick. I have not done this in a long time. 1, 2. Cool. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. There we go. There we go. Only modify existing, and now we are off to the races. Bang, 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 bang. All right, we have ourselves a tile map. All right, let's get to work. So yeah, this is going to always encapsulate the entire tile. It's going to be very, very chunky so that it actually looks good with base building. Because so many of the tiles like kind of overlap a little bit. So we want to make this look good even when you have like a bunch of floor placed down. Oops. I don't know why I'm painting this in by hand, but it's alright. So it'll be very chunky. Bang. Very chunky. You can detail it later once everything is in. Just gonna get the rough kind of vibe of everything in right now. So this will be the corner going into another corner. Honestly, it's probably just like that, right? Corner, yeah. We'll see. See how this plays out. So now this is a T-junction. This is going into... Actually kind of unsure. Yeah. Something like that. Don't know. I'll have to get this in the game and then I can think about it better. Pretty sure it's just like that though. that's it. So I'll export that. See how that looks. Stone wall tile set. Yep, looks good to me. Stone wall. Stone wall tile set.png. Similar to how the wood wall works. There should already be a stone wall in the game, I think. So just clean up and delete the old assets and repurpose it for this new, fresh piece of content. It's really simple as that. I think we could probably craft it with what should it be? Hey, a little bit of leftover KFC from last night, man. I ain't even gonna heat it up. Just raw dog that shit. Hell yeah. I kind of want like I want there to be a concept of health and damage. So has more health than the wood wall, more resistant to Bob explosions. Rework the walls in general so that when Bob explodes against this wall, it shouldn't really break, only just do a decent amount of health damage. So it cracks the walls a bit, but then they just kinda slowly heal by themselves with time. Increase the health heal rate. This. Let's say introduce a health over time heal if there isn't already one for the entities here. We should probs unify the health / hand damage path so it hits the same thing. Let's discuss this. That's actually a different issue. For the entities, like the wood walls, wood and new stone walls, we need to introduce a health over time, heal if there isn't already one of the entities here. We should probably unify the health/hand damage path so it hits the same thing. Let's discuss this and what current state is. Ideal feel is we should also be allowed to hit the walls with tools like our axe, rock on a stick, mattock, etc. So we can chop them down more easily. Bob explodes against walls, damaging in a fall-off radius. Ones closest to the blast get completely destroyed. Furthest ones, as you go out, you just see them get more and more damaged. Nice cracks feel. These should then heal very slowly over time, maybe across 1 minute. There we go. That is a nice change. Put that in. So yes, back to the stone wall. More resistant block explosion. When block explodes this wall, it shouldn't really break. Only just do a decent amount of health damage. It shouldn't really insta break full health wall. So it's just more resistant, which is good. So that'll give you like a nice mid-game challenge as you want to upgrade your walls to be more resistant to Bob. The tyranny of Bob. Man, it's some fucking good KFC, bro. Holy. Actually kind of curious how to use Codex Teams feature. No. What's it called? Multi-agent. Isolated work trees, get work trees. I mean, if it manages them, then that's fine, but... Let's have a look. Alright, so automatically decide when to spawn new agent and ballistic acid to do so. Following running commands or polling workflows. Codex can also use the built-in monitor role. Just tuned for waiting and repeated status checks. Nice. Interesting. Use /agent in the CLI to switch between active agent threads and inspecting the ongoing thread. Nice. This connects directly to steer running sub-agent, stop it, or close completed agent threads. The wait tool supports long polling windows for monitoring workflows up to 1 hour per call. Interesting. Yeah, this is basically just Teams, but for codecs. That's sweet. I'll have to give it a shot. I'm actually going to give it a shot on this entire fucking issue because it's absolutely monstrous once we spec out all the content, and we'll see how long it takes to get all this implemented. Interesting. You can use a CSV for all this. Dude, Codex CLI is it just feels so much better than Claude Code. Like, way more rock solid, you know? Not rock solid, but like, I don't know how to say this. It's just like, it's just got more of that, you know? Dude, the fact that there's an inbuilt monitor role is actually sick. That's really cool. Cause like so often you just kind of want to wait and poll for something. That's cool. Interesting. Yeah, parallel agents is... I'm going to have to look into this more. Because just getting even just a separate agent to actually run the test and then report the findings, like, kind of huge. I just haven't been able to get it to work very well in the past with Claude code. Due to, like, context issues, like... But maybe it's nicer in Codex. We'll see. Definitely have to give it a shot after I'm done with speccing this whole thing out. Alright, back to it. Stone wall has more health than the wood wall. Yes, sir. Electric gate. So we'll prototype this out, I think, just by having two states, like on and off for the gate. The general idea is like you shouldn't need to define which direction it's placed in. You just place the gate down and it'll just like kind of be smart, tile accordingly. Call it motorized stone gate. When you can trigger it to open/close, needs power in order to function. We'll just say we can maybe auto close it when nearby. Stretch goal for later. Use the new logic wiring system to open/close this. Have a kind of server, like detector server thing that can output a signal when you're nearby. Create an issue in the backlog for this. For later. Needs power in order to function. You can trigger it to open/close. It will auto open when you're within a radius of 2 tiles of it. Needs power in order to function. Okay. Fully closed state. It just draws the normal stone wall. When it's open, just draw the, what do we draw? I still need to do it within trying to think how I like what's the V1 of drawing this. Honestly, I think I might just do this. Ready? Something like that. There we go, that looks good. Stone gate closed. Horizontal. This is gonna look fucking sick when it's fully done. Oops. Yeah, I should probably call it retracted. Open / closed is kind of like messy wording. fully... What's the opposite of retracted? What's the opposite of retracted? Pushed out. Extended, of course. When fully extended state, it just draws a normal stone wall. When it's retracted, draw either or horizontal, depending on the surrounding walls. Just auto decide this every frame. Why not? By default, make it horizontal. Okay. Also, when the player is placing, sure to call the same logic to tell which one to render based on surrounding walls. So the ghost item is accurate as well. Ghost preview. Alright, motorized stun gate. Done and dusted. Let me make like a little icon for it. Sure, that'll work. Okay. That is that. Fan all of these out vertically in between the start node and the end tribute node. To init these, Fan all these out vertically. Electric gate thing. Placeholder name. Use a placeholder name. Unlocks electric gate. Say stone wall actually. Stone working. Motorized stone gate. Motorized stone gate. Stone wall. I will say 50% health of the stone wall. Stone wall. Changes. Add a health tooltip for the walls to show how much health they have. Should just be like health 10. Or durability? What should we call this? Durability, health, max health. Strength. Yeah, we'll just call it health. Okay. Needs to be a generic path for all of them. Needs to be a generic path for all of them. So this is just defined via the entity setup on whether we should render it or not. Also make the spikes, the iron spikes, use this as well. Probs just even reuse the whole iron spikes path for health. Slash damage. Merge the paths. Okay. I think we're good. I think we might be good. I just want to make this tooltip a little bit, well, not tooltip. I'll make this gate a little bit better. I have an idea. We had like a little power bar or something on the top. Little zappy zap. Might not have enough pixels. Yeah, we can get away with it. There we go. This is gonna be sick, bro. Pulling up to your fucking wasteland desert base? My god. So fucking tight. Now that we have stone gates / walls, we can make a base in the wasteland. So we're gonna add a new quest. Quests. Make an outpost in the wasteland. Need to fully enclose yourself with walls and flooring to get rid of the wasteland debuff. Complete condition in wasteland biome, but no longer has the debuff. I love that, like, I can just do quests to teach the player parts of the game. It's fucking just, oh my god, bro. It's just such good design. Not to suck my own dick or anything. I actually got this idea from modded Minecraft, so it's just such a fucking excellent way of, like, tutorializing the more complicated parts. Because you can just throw a bunch of text in here and just teach the player about something. And if they learnt it, it means they complete the condition, they complete the quest, right? And they also get a quest reward, so they're actually motivated to complete the quest. Like, it ticks every single fucking box, bro. It's amazing. Absolutely amazing. I'm just so fucking unbelievably grateful for this new workflow. Like, I haven't had this much fun sitting down just doing game design in so long. I know I say that a lot. I basically say this every single day, but it's so true. Just like, it feels like when I first wanted to get into game development and I was making Minecraft mods, and I was just living entirely in, like, design land and, like, trying to create content. And, like, now that's what I'm doing as well. I'm just trying to, like, design this entire new biome and, like, what's interesting about it. And I'm not writing any code. I'm writing the truth about the design just with text. And I'm going to give this to the clanker, and he's just gonna one-shot do the entire thing. It's absolutely insane. I'm just having so much fun. All of the suckiness has been, like, optimized out of my game dev workflow. Not that I don't love programming. It's just like, I've done it so much at this point, I just don't fucking care anymore, you know? I care about things being architecturally correct still. I do get bricked up over that. And, like, the capabilities of, if you do something well from scratch, like, you can do literally anything because you have full control over the entire thing. And it's a native language and everything is, like, completely fast. Like, you're one step away from, like, the actual instructions that get fed into the CPU. That still gets me bricked up, of course. But, like, the day-to-day of, like, oh yeah, I mean, I gotta set up the entity and, like, write some, like, logic to make sure it works in the game. Like, all the gameplay programming, I'm just kind of like, I don't really care, man. Just get it done. Just get it fucking done, man. As long as it works and it's fast, that's all I care about. That is all I care about. All right. What are we doing? Honestly, I think that might be all the content done for the new biome. Like the first pass of things. Oh, I still have to think about Bob, bro. Like what's the enemy gonna be in this biome, right? Did I just predict the next song? Uh-oh. I've been listening to this playlist too long. I literally just predicted the next song. Like, subconsciously. I hummed it before it even transitioned. That's wild. At this point, I was just like, dun 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 dun. Like, what? That's interesting. The human brain, everyone. One of the marvels. Marvels of the wild. Pattern matching extraordinaire. Just some fucking monkeys that discovered fire. Alright, gents. Well, I think we are really close to being able to just feed this. Oh no. We have a couple more things to do. Hold up. Let me move this to-do list up to the top. Need to figure out the next tool tier. We also need to figure out what new enemies will be here. What will they drop? All that kind of shenanigans. Do-do-do-do. 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 want to figure out the key of this song. Hold up. I think it might be... It might be E major? I don't know. Hold up. Dun 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 dun. Alright, let's go. I think it's D major. I think it might be D major. Aria math key. D major or whatever the relative minor is. Aria math. C4-8. Is it C418? Yeah. C418 key. E minor? Alright, well. It's over. It's over. E minor, hey? D major, relative minor. Nope. Alright, well, I cooked that. Back to the drawing board. Or if it's an E minor, what's the relative major? E minor, relative major. G major. difficult in this shit now. Wow. That was fun. Do 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 do. don't know how to get it. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Wait, all right. Slowly getting there. At least I got the key. It's just like I'm trying to figure out like the melody. And I'm also trying to learn this new position of the pentatonic scale while I'm at it. I'm doing a lot of things right now. So hold up. Six, 7, 1. That's it. Okay. Interesting. I don't know what position of this scale this is. I think it's position 2. Maybe. Or maybe it's 1. Maybe it's 1, but I'm just... Wait. It is 1, right? Wait. No, this is 2. Right. Yeah, this is 2, I think. Pentatonic minor P2. Dude, I got it. Oh my god, yes. Okay. The fact that like I can just figure out the positions with nothing but my brain now is fucking mind-blowing. Just learning the major scale and the intervals between them, and now I can just... Everything is derived from that. That's fucking wild. I feel like guitar's starting to click for me. Alright. Anyway, back to the topic at hand. I'm trying to figure out how to play this by ear. So let me just try and drill that into me real quick. I think this might be my new favorite scale, E minor, because the fact that it just sits so well with like the open string of E right there, there's just something special about that I really like. I think this is my new favorite scale. And the fact that that's right there as well, you know, says something. Alright, I think we're good to go now. I don't know, man. Might have to use the full scale. There might be something I'm missing. You know what I'm also realizing? I think this was the first like position that I learned. feels so natural. Can you even see my fingers in this? Kinda can. Not really though. Move over the side a little bit. Do 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 do. That's the same. Close. This is driving me insane. One day I'm going to be good enough to get that out. I'm going to leave it there though. So close. We got so far. Well, we had some discoveries at least. E minor, my new favorite scale. Oh. Do 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 do. Bow 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 bow. Oh shit, we're still recording. My bad. That was actually kind of banging at the beginning though with this. Like this was kind of going a little crazy hard though. How do you do the play from? I do the play from cursor. Maybe it's different than MIDI. Oh well. Play from line cursor in Ableton sample. It's just not working. Something feels weird. Oh well. Why does this feel so inconsistent? Like it changes the mode of the cursor depending on like how fast I'm moving things. Like what? Like what is happening here, dude? If I go slow like this, then nothing happens. Or maybe it's like based on the fact that I'm hovering sound? Because it's below the line, maybe? Oh. Yeah, I think it's anything below the line. Huh. That's so weird. So anything above here is fine. Anything below here is play. That's interesting. Well, you learn something new every day. That actually feels kind of good now. It's still fucking annoying. I want to just play from the cursor head. Like, why, bro? Oh. I remember there being a good part in here somewhere. Well, I guess it's just fucking buried in somewhere. Alright, I'm gonna delete that. Goodbye. Alright, let's get back to work, shall we? Shall we? Very good, very good. What is on the agenda? Let me get some Skyrim going. Skyrim? You know what, let's just do Thunder. Not really in a Skyrim kind of mood. I honestly think the Skyrim itch has been replaced by this playlist, so that when I get bored of listening to music, I now just go into Distant Thunder. I think that's kind of the strat that I got going on right now. I think I might even close out of Skyrim. I just haven't listened to it in like weeks at this rate. Not weeks, maybe a few days. Alright. Let's go. Let's fucking go. What new enemies will be here, and we have to figure out the tool tier for this stage. So I'm going to work on tool tier first, because I think it's going to be cool. Do 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 do. Right, so we got copper wood, which is interesting. We have copper root, which turns into copper. Copper wood just doesn't. So that's a little thematically confusing. Maybe we just change the yeah. It's a little better. Maybe even just remove these. Would that be better? Yeah, it almost would be. A little more simple. So that way these are the focus. The shiny gem. The gold of the desert. Now there's kind of one more thing that I want to do, and that's have a bit of a rare metal in the desert, because we have copper, that's like whatever, right? I kind of want a little something something, you know what I mean? Like just a little something something. Little teensy weensy something something. How about I work on the tools and then work backwards from what they're made out of? That might be better as well. Let's grab the this guy and this guy, and I will have a think about these accordingly. So this is the late game axe right now. It's called the Cobalt Mattock. Can chop anything with precision and speed. You have this, the Cobalt Greatsword, one shots everything pretty much. So we need something in the middle, a new tier. I'm thinking of calling it Electrum, based on the theme of this biome. And I would like it to be almost like a gold. So let's start off with the ingot, I guess. Slab of butter. Delicious, scrumptious slab of butter. kind of drawn in a different perspective compared to the other ones, but kind of works. Honestly, it's the same color as copper though, so that might be a little strange. Maybe we adjust this a little bit. We can make it like a deep red or a really nice yellow. Yellow almost feels a bit better to me. I'm not sure. I do like the red though. I kind of like that purple. It's a really nice purple. I'm just going to save that for later. Yellow feels right to me. It does. Yeah, now we're getting somewhere. Now we're getting somewhere. Pump the saturation on that puppy. Sheesh. I don't really know though. Honestly, like, can I add a shadow to this? That would be wild. Entirely happy with it. But how about we just work on the X? All right, let's do this. in somewhere. Still not sure about the color, but let's see. It just feels so loud, you know? It's like it's tickling my eyes. Yeah, that's all right. All right. I can come back to that. Now time for these guys to get an upgrade. Do the sword next. God, it's such a fucking eyesore. I think it's that fucking white. It's really just screaming at me. There we go, much better. Like seeing like something that's close to white is like just physically hurts the eyes. Because I guess it feels like it's overexposed, right? And the question is, how do I give this texture? It just conflicts with the background. It's kind of annoying. I don't know, man. I think that's about as good as it's gonna get. Okay. Well, feels all right now. Not too shabby. Looks way better. I love the red. Way better. Well, I think Copperwood might even be getting deleted at this rate. So I'm not sure there's really a purpose for it. But we'll have a think about it a little bit more. Do 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 do. Okay, that looks possible in here now. Very good, very good. But we don't have this, which might be a problem. Perchance? Why not? We don't even really need it. Might actually just do a normal shadow. Like so. Make it pop a little. Yeah, that works. I actually love using alpha in pixel art, so you can basically do like shadows that kind of blend with the environment. It's really cool. It's probably one of the most significant tricks that I've learned recently. Okay, let's do the same for the scythe now. Now that I know the playbook, I can simply just go like this. And Kind of a weird shape. But I think that's good enough. Electrum scythe. Electrum. What is this? Sword. Electrum axe. I almost want to make a dagger as well. I might even make a dagger instead of a sword. I'm not sure. We'll see. Ah, fuck it. That's a later thing. Axe, sword, scythe. Electrum tools. Electrum axe, electrum sword. Tools. Swings faster, hits harder than iron. What's the actual electrum ingot? What should be the recipe? I wonder. I wonder. Not quite sure. Also, let's grab the homie. The top G. Man of the hour. Bob. Yep. So the next thing I want to think about is enemies in this biome. We want Bob. That's a given. But who else could exist in here? Dude. Shire Lord. Shire Lord. Forgot my camera's pointing down at my dick from that guitar section. Shire Lord. Oh. Shire Lord. What do you guys think? Shire Lord. Holy fuck, yes. He just goes and the ground rumbles. And then you see him kind of like disappear and go really deep. And then it's just like bang. Giant fucking sandworm breaches the surface and takes your fucking lunch. My God. How fucking horrifying. Swallows you whole in a in a non-sexual fashion. Get your mind out of the gutter. Did that shit would go off. That's a 1.0 thing, though. Just gonna keep that up the top here for later. What else can we have in here? We have Bob, who's kind of like a creeper, right? And he just fucking like bzzz, explodes. Oh, that reminds me. Decal. Bob decal. Bob explode decal. Let's do this. Bang. Do 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 do. trying to think how you get Electrum. Like, what's the play here? This might be a Clyde conversation. Hello, good sir. It is a new day. I'm adding a bunch of new content into the wasteland biome. And right now I'm working on Electrum tools, but I'm trying to think about what the recipe is for getting Electrum. Also, I'm trying to brainstorm ideas for new enemies. We've got Bob, and I want him to constantly be out in the wasteland, kind of just fucking your shit up and exploding. But another enemy would also be nice. I almost want to do a larger slime that drops something like copper or something else. I'm not really sure. But anyway, we need an idea for how to actually craft Electrum. Something else in this new biome, we already have an excavator digging up patches of rich sand, so we might be able to reuse that for a new kind of resource in a different patch, Factorio style. That's an option. But yeah, I'm just not really sure what to do. Let's brainstorm ideas for a bunch of new content. I also gotta think of what to do with the cactus. What do we do with the cactus? It's kind of just decorative, which is a bit cringe. I don't know if Clyde's running, bro. Okay. I think I'm gonna go out for a little adventure, bit of a walk, and then I will be back. BRB. Bro. GPT 5.4 just dropped. You kidding me? When the fuck did this come out? GPT 5.4 codex or no? GPT 5.4. Why does it not have a codex on the end though? That's what I would like to know. It says latest frontier agentic coding model. But they're not calling it codex, maybe to deload the term. Who knows? I wonder if everybody's favorite web dev, everybody's favorite soy dev has a video on it. Well, there we go. Of course. All right.
GPT 5.4.
40 minutes. Yeah, all right. Let's do it. We're going into the tail end of the stream now, so we will be opening up chat and maybe wasting a little bit of time. Except not really. How we doing, boys? What's going on? How goes? How goes? How goes? I'm gonna crack a fucking cold one, man. Let's get a little comfy. Enjoy the beer? Not a beer. I wish. Simply a soda. Alright. Oh man. What a fucking day. I mean, it's only been 4 hours. I've actually, I feel like I've gotten more done the last 4 hours than I have in the last 2 days. Probably not. Yeah, it's a normal amount of work. We got substation spec'd out, the power line, the electrum tools, the transistor, the electrum ingot, the stone walls, the auto-retracting stone gates that need power and will automatically open and close when you go near them. And then we've got, that's pretty much it actually. That's pretty much it. This was yesterday. We got the extractor, mining sand, pumping out sand, turn that into silicon, silicon into transistor. Now, real quick before I forget, when we go on a little watch party. Silica sand, quartz crystal, and dune shaihalud. Yes. Shaihalud. Here we are. Clyde is back. I do kind of like the idea of the electrum ore patch, but I also like the alloy. Electrum is historically gold plus silver. You already have gold. No, fuck off. Gold dust patch. Okay. Combine copper dust plus gold dust. The smelter. Copper dust plus gold dust. That's not bad. I like the idea of excavating gold. Like gold plus copper would kind of work. I do kind of like that. Electrum, how to get gold? Gold patch in desert? There's an idea. Wasteland slime. Interesting. Slime king summer is essentially empty. Make it the wasteland slime large, slow. Daytime spawns, so the biome feels alive even in daylight. When killed, drops copper dust 2 to 5. I do like the idea of a big fuck off slime. Big fuck off slime. Sand shrimp. Oh, now we're talking, bro. Buried in the sand, invisible, pops up when a player walks nearby. Fast dash attack, retreats underground, drops nothing. It's just fear. Dude, sand shrimp goes hard, bro. Interesting. There are some ideas in there. Let's do be some ideas. Oh, the vibes. Vibes are good, man. Vibes good. Vibes are great. Actually, dare I say. Dare I say. I really want to tackle the stone walls at some point. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to flip into experimental and just try out the new teams feature. Or the multi-agents feature in Codex. Right after I watched Theo for 40 minutes talk about how 4.4 is really good. Time to increment the counter, ladies and gents. We have a new big dog in town. Let's see. Let us see. Let's have a little watch, shall we? What do we got?
4 is here, and in almost every GPT 5.4 is here, and in almost every measurable way, it is the best AI model ever made, especially for us as developers. I've been using this model for a bit over a week now, and I'm super impressed with it. I have a ton to say about the good, the bad, the ugly, and all of the things you need to know to use it properly. I'm gonna do my best to answer all of the questions I've been seeing people ask about this new model. From what happened to Codex, is it really better at coding? Did they fix the front-end problems finally? Is it better to use in different apps like ChatGPT and T3 Chat? What happened to normal 5.3 thinking? Where did that go? How are the benchmarks looking? How are they justifying the price increase? There's a lot here. This is a big drop, more so than most seem to think. Before we can do any of that, there's two quick things I have to address. The first one is compensation. I want to make sure it's clear OpenAI has not paid me any.
And the second one is today's sponsor.
Anything to do any coverage whatsoever. I'm lucky enough to be in the small group of people that have early access to these models, but that is not something that I am paid for or even given for free. They offered me a free year of the Pro subscription, which works out to around $2,400, but I declined that because, again, I don't want to seem biased. I don't want to accept payments. The only thing that has been subsidized is a little bit of my API usage of the new model. It couldn't be more than $200, which is why I'll be donating $200 to water.org to make up for the difference.
Wow.
Okay, the donations are made. It's time for the second thing. The people
Who
actually
fucking cares? I don't even care if he gets paid money. Take that bag, bro. Take that bag. I trust you, man. You're gonna fucking pander to the Redditors.
Sponsor. You've probably heard about today's sponsor, but I promise you haven't seen what they can do. AI software engineer, which is on Cognition Labs. You've probably heard about today's sponsor, but I promise you haven't seen what they can do. It's Devin, aka Cognition Labs, because they have a handful of different products. They have Windsurf, they have Devin, the AI software engineer, which is honestly really, really cool, but that's not what I want to show you today. They've kind of given me the freedom to talk about the things I like.
I actually really enjoy watching Theo's ad reads. Because you can tell that they're just kind of genuine. And he goes in and tries the products.
Recent favorite thing they've been doing is Devin Review. Oh boy, someone else reinvented GitHub Code Review? Yes, and they did a phenomenal job at it. Here's a real PR we have on GitHub right now. Want to see how easy it is to try it out on Devin? All you have to do is change github.com to devinreview.com, and you end up with something comically better. I don't know if everyone is seeing this trend in their companies, but I know for a fact that the average size of our average PR has gone up massively. And if I'm being real, half or more of the code in there isn't stuff that is worth a human's time. You can have an AI review the code, but what I want is context. I want to know what matters. And when you're looking through a list of changes in alphabetical order, you're not getting context. Devin Review will give you feedback, which is cool, but what is way cooler is the way it groups your changes. Instead of just dumping everything in that awful file view in GitHub, it actually groups them based on the specific changes that were made. First, we have a new file for how we manage these IDs. It's a shared definition that we reuse across
I actually fuck with this. I need something for reviewing PRs. Seems kind of good, no? What's pricing like? Give me pricing! Where's pricing? Oh, later.
Different things. Really good place to start, even though it's in source/shared, which is near the bottom of the file tree, based on alphabetical order. Then we have convex/schema, which is pretty close to the top alphabetically, but is second here because it's only showing us the grouped changes that are relevant. It's so nice to see what we've defined in this first set and then what it affects right after. And you can keep scrolling and see all the other places it's changed, like the shared users file or the attachments index that manages how attachments work in reach out. And this is the case for all of the changes that occurred in this PR. It actually takes time to break down each individual section and track which pieces you have viewed. It's so good. I've never had a pleasant experience reviewing code. Not just because the AI did it for me, actually the opposite. The AI categorized it for me, make it easier for a human to read. GitHub wasn't built for big PRs, Devin was. Check it out now at sweater.link/Devin. There's a lot to dig into with this release, and I'm going to do my best to cover all of it. We'll start with the official blog post, but I'm going to answer all of your questions from from what happened to Codex, is it better than 5.3? How are the benches? What's up with the price? How is it for front end? All of the things you need to know. Today, we're releasing GPT 5.4 in ChatGPT as 5.4 thinking specifically. This is where things are a little confusing because 5.3 Codex came out first, then 5.3 Instant came out just a few days ago on Tuesday, and now 5.4 thinking is here, but there doesn't appear to be a 5.4 Instant, nor does there appear to be a 5.4 Codex, but there is a 5.4 Pro, which is very, very strange. So we got 5.3 Codex, then 5.3 Instant, then 5.4 thinking. Notably, there was no 5.3 thinking, and we got 5.4 Pro the same day. Very interesting. I think they are getting tired of all of the weird variants, and I do think this might be the death of the Codex model. Historically, the Codex models existed because they applied different RL to the model after it was trained to make it better at these long-running code tasks in things like the Codex CLI. Made a lot of sense at the time. I get why they did it, but now they've brought in a lot of those behaviors to the 5.4 base model, so it doesn't seem like it needs a dedicated Codex version anymore. I don't think they're going to do that going forward. Might be wrong. I'll definitely do a video if 5.4 Codex becomes a thing, but I am pretty certain they are done with that, and that Codex is now the product surface area. So the CLIs, the desktop application, the web app, and all the other things. Codex, hopefully, fingers crossed, no longer means the models. I will be really annoyed if they go back to doing this. As they say here, 5.4 brings together the best of our recent advances in reasoning, coding, and agentic workflows. They talk a lot about professional tasks like spreadsheets and document stuff. I'm sure that stuff's really cool. Not necessarily the thing I think a lot about or spend my time on, but for those of y'all who spend more time in Word and Google Drive than you do in an editor, I'm sure it's really cool. One of the coolest things they've been really focused on with both 5.3 Codex and now with 5.4 is your ability to steer the model as it is working. So it will give you better thoughts and it will handle you inserting a new message in the middle of its reasoning much better. Other models
Nice. That's the one thing I've been kind of like pissed off with Codex compared to like Claude, like Opus 4.6, is like it felt like Claude Code was a little bit better at mid-steering. Then Codex was like kind of horrendous to the point where like I have to prefix everything with like side note and then I like insert it in like that, right?
Will get super confused when you do this. Like if you have a list of 5 tasks, it starts working and then you send a 6th task. It says, oh, I'll do that now, does the 6 tasks, and then forgets about the other 5. Yeah. Happens to me all the time. 5.4 does not seem to do that, which is really nice. I'll say a bit more about context later on. Actually, one last thing on context now. It supports 1 million tokens of context, which is a massive increase from prior. If you go over 250K or so, I believe is the cutoff, and it costs more. It's over 272K input tokens, then you'll be billed at 2x input and 1.5x output.
Oh shit, bro. They're bumping the fuck out of the context window, but like it's actually not that bad of a price increase.
I like that they're only 1.5xing the output because it shouldn't necessarily cost that much more. I really didn't like that other labs, when they do this like high context utilization version, end up charging 2x across the board. Cough, cough. Certain other lab. Still a very big number though. Don't love that necessarily. At least the cache input tokens are very, very cheap. And they don't charge for caching, unlike a certain company that's name begins with an A. The most exciting part that they call out here is that it's much more token efficient when it does reasoning. And I've seen this myself. One of the many things I ran this all on was Skatebench. And while the scores weren't great, they were meaningfully improved. I was very impressed with the improvements on token utilization, especially on the medium and the high versions. It only used about 500 tokens on medium and only about 1,100 on high. On X high, it will still burn at 5,400 tokens per response. But compared to like Grok 4, which does 2,200, or even GLM 5, which is around the same, not the worst. It's cool to see how much range you can get in token utilization. It would be nice if you don't have to specify which version to use, because generally speaking, X high just isn't worth it a lot of the time. Even on my own benches, it scored slightly worse than normal high did for, at the very least, Skatebench. And I have seen this in many places, even in my own work. The extra high version overthinks and often fails as a result, because it like gets stuck in its own head is almost how it feels. I also ran against Pro, and we'll talk about those numbers in a bit, don't worry. I want to show... So there's another thing called 5.4 Pro compared to just the base 5.4, which is interesting. I also ran against Pro, and we'll talk about... What's the... That's insane token usage. A little bit faster. It still seems like 5.4 high is the sweet spot here. About those numbers in a bit, don't worry. I want to show their benches first, though.
If it doesn't do
GEP-Val,
anything
classic. I
else
really
on
don't
top.
like this bench much, but it got a better score than it did before. Interestingly, 5.3
Number
codex and
go
5.2
up.
scored nearly identically. It's actually been interesting seeing which things 5.3 codex was not better than 5.2x. It really was so focused on code. In a lot of ways, 5.4 is what 5.3 would have been, but it's just, they squeezed everything into it. It did better on CPU Bench Pro, not a lot better, but still a pretty solid number. That does put it at state of the art at 45.89 being the best before, and this being 57.7, but also these numbers don't line up great with the ones here, so hard to know for sure. This is when I would normally cite artificial analysis, but they are not quite done with their indexing and everything yet. 5.4 just got added now, and 5.4 X high is tied with
artificial analysis. Let's see. Do we got anything? 5.3 high. It's coming in neck and neck with Gemini 3.1 Pro, which is kind of wild. Where was this earlier? 5.3 codex extra high was there. Where was 5.3 high? I don't know. Maybe it wasn't even on here, man. It should have been. Alright. Wait, let me bring back this. It gives you a default filter. Okay, cool. 5.3. 5.3 codex. I want 5.3 codex high. That's the daily driver right now. It's not running it on high? It doesn't have a result? Maybe? It's kind of wild. Codex high. Huh. Okay, go off. Coding index, what do we got? 5.3x high. Dude, there's no way 3.1 Gemini Pro is like the best coding model. Like, fuck off. These benchmarks are cooked, bro. Cold Sonnet 4.6 max. Yeah. Benchmarks, I don't know, man. I think it's even worth looking at them. It's kind of cool seeing number go up. Dude. Wait. Text to image, no. I want to see like an image bench. Like how well it can identify what's on screen. Anyway.
With 3.1 Pro Preview, making it equivalent to the smartest model in the world, but unlike 3.1 Pro Preview, it actually works. So yeah, this is the best model that is actually worth using. There are places where it isn't the best solution though, and we'll definitely talk about that. One of the other really big areas of improvement is browser usage in general. They call it the browse comp score, which is quite a bit better than 5.2 was, which is what you probably would have used before. No one's throwing 5.3 codecs in an API just for browser use and computer use. You don't need to be good at code to manage a browser. Although they did make improvements there too. There's a section in their docs about using a code execution harness when doing computer use for things like running JavaScript on a page to trigger certain interactions. It ends up being a much better and faster way to do things. And they actually train 5.4 on this explicitly so that it knows it can run JavaScript to do programmatic interactions in the UI. This is awesome. I'm amazed nobody's really leaned into this before. Having the model specify which pixel coordinates to move the cursor to and what button presses and keyboard presses to do is far from efficient. It's actually quite bad, and this is a much smarter way to, at the very least, do web browser usage. 5.4 is generally a meaningful improvement in knowledge work and knowledge type tasks in general. I will call out that it doesn't have any newer data though, because 5.4 has a cutoff of August 31st, 2025 for its knowledge, and 5.2 has the exact same cutoff. So it doesn't seem like they added new data to the training. I don't even know if it's a new pre-training at all. It might just be RL on top of the same base that 5.2 was. I would be surprised if that was the case though, because 2 to 3 was a pretty big jump in terms of the feel of the model and the capabilities of the model. And 5.4, although not as big a jump, does seem to just be taking those lessons over to the standard thinking version of the model. I don't know. I have no inside info here. It's interesting to speculate. None of that really matters. I just think it's fun. Here, another great example of 5.4 Pro underperforming standard 5.4, which is a very interesting thing. Well, we talk a lot about that throughout this. They show off how much better it is at spreadsheets and documents, which is cool and not something I necessarily care about. There's a section about the computer use stuff and vision, which generally vision seems to be meaningfully improved. Gemini 3 has always had a lead there where if you give it a picture or a video, it can just understand it and give you useful information about it. 5.4 is a massive improvement here, both for vision in general as well as computer use alongside vision. Its accuracy is comically better, and the number of tool calls it has to do to get there is hilariously lower. So if you're looking for models to like throw at browsers or random tasks that involve using computers,
this homie might be better at playtesting, might be better at Clanker-driven playtesting.
Or navigating weird, complex sets of data and whatnot. It seems really good at that. I know Ben's been hyped using this for all of his stuff with better context and whatnot. As I mentioned before, it did slightly better in SWE Bench Pro, and it took slightly less time across each tier to complete things, other than Medium for some reason, which seems to have taken slightly longer. Interesting, probably not worth reading too much into. And honestly, SWE Bench doesn't necessarily line up with my own experience using these models, so I'm getting more and more skeptical of a lot of these benches. What I'm much less skeptical of is actual uses in products that were made using the new model. You can see this still definitely got GPT designed hard, these cards everywhere that aren't necessary, the hierarchy of weird cringe rounded corners, even the text overflowing outside of this corner part there and the terrible alignment. But it did make a full Roller Coaster Tycoon style game from scratch, which is pretty cool. Someone else was able to make a full RPG with it. On the topic of games in 3D space, I do want to talk about my own benches, specifically Skate Bench. This is a benchmark that I had made right before getting invited to the OpenAI office to try out GPT-5, and as soon as I got there and I tried it, it basically saturated. Upon entering the office, the highest score I had seen on this bench was in the low 70s, and then I tried GPT-5 and it got a 97. Since then, they've actually regressed a little bit. 5.1, 5.2, and 5.3 codecs all performed meaningfully worse on Skate Bench than 5.0 did. But newer models like Gemini 3.1 and Gemini 3 Flash performed really well. So I decided to sit down and update the benchmark. I doubled the number of tests, and I'm keeping it private this time because I noticed a handful of models performed incredibly well on the version that was public, but then got 0 of the new questions correctly. I won't call out the specific labs just yet, but I have reason to believe that the Skate Bench questions may or may not have made it into training data, which is weird and stupid and scary because I am a YouTuber who is out here to shitpost. But it did happen, so Skate Bench V2 will be staying private. I am sorry, it is what it is. What is really interesting with Skate Bench V2, though, is that Gemini 3.1 Pro Preview has maintained an absurd lead at 97%, and the next best is GPT 5.4 High at 82, and then X High, which performed worse at 81, and then Pro Thinking, which performed even worse at 79. I thought that was fascinating, seeing the gap there. What's even more interesting, though, is the cost side. As I mentioned before, the price did go up. 5.4 is now $2.50 per mil in and $15 per mil out. Previously, it was $1.75 per mil in and $14 per mil out. Previously, it was $1.70.50 per mil in and $15 per mil out. Previously, it was $1.75 per mil in and $14 per mil out. But GPT-5 and 5.1 were quite a bit cheaper at $1.25 in and $10 out. This suggests that the base of the model may actually have changed because it wouldn't make sense for them to raise the price unless it costs them more to run. Obviously, they can change things if they want to, or they just want to increase revenue, but API costs are such a small percentage of OpenAI's rev, it doesn't really make sense to change price and increase it just for the sake of it. So I'm almost certain that this is meant to reflect the actual cost to them. What is much scarier, though, is the cost for 5.4 Pro, which is $30 per mil in and $180 per mil out. God damn, that is an expensive model, especially considering that, at least in my benchmarks, it is performing worse. I also don't know if the pricing for Pro is being reported properly because I can't imagine it being that much less. But 5.4x High scored the highest cost to run the benchmark to date, which I thought was pretty fun. 3.1 Pro Preview was only $8.12, and 5.4 High was only $7. And if you look at that on the matrix chart, you see very clearly these new OpenAI models are pretty far off to the right, the Pro model and X High in particular. GPT 5.4 is just behind Gemini for price, but again, costs quite a bit more. Pre-Flash did particularly well. You get the idea. My cost numbers don't necessarily reflect real-world costs, though. I think the numbers from artificial analysis are very interesting to look at. The cost to run their entire test suite was higher than 5.2 was at $2,951 versus $2,304, but it's still almost half the price of Opus 4.6. And also cheaper than Sonnet 4.6, which is kind of crazy if you think about it. But then when you look at how many tokens were generated, suddenly it makes a lot of sense. The sheer amount of reasoning that the new Claude models do is absurd. And while 5.4 does reason quite a bit, it is less than 5.2 even in X High. I do wish that 5.4 High was also included here. I hope that that'll be added in the future. But generally speaking, I recommend using High. It is slightly more expensive than 5.2 and 5.3 were, but it also...
Oh, assuming Sam Owens is human with common sense. See, we're about... Say something useful. Don't say it at all, man.
Uses less tokens, so it kind of comes out to a wash, at least for my looking into the numbers. I am using this through the codec subscription, though, so all I watch is my usage going down, so it's really hard to know how much anything actually costs. Back to the post, because there's a few more things in here I want to cover. Apparently, Cursor said this is the leader internally, and from the people I've talked to at Cursor, they do seem to really prefer 5.4, especially for all of their new agent cloud stuff where it can use a real computer. In fact, I have it adding features to T3 code in the cloud as we speak. Yes, I'm using Cursor, the company I invested in, to build a competitor to Cursor, the company I invested in. And no, they don't see any issue with this. I asked it to add the ability to drag and drop reorder different projects, and it recorded a video of it using the computer in the cloud to do the task I gave it. And there you can see it dragging up shared and dropping it, and it does indeed appear to work and persist after a refresh.
Wow.
Awesome. It took quite a bit of time to do it, but I was able to just tell 5.4 to go off and do it, and that's a UI task that has to verify. It did verify incorrectly, though I will call that out. The first time it completed the task, the video was super jank because it zoomed into where the cursor was, which is not necessarily the right solution. I know Cursor likes cursors, but you couldn't see where it went after you drop. But you notice that the edit icon didn't change or move. This wasn't working. It sent me a video of it not working and told me it worked. It's done now.
I fucking hate it when that shit
the video
happens.
you shared explicitly looks like it's not working. And then it went and worked for another 30 minutes. And came back with a working solution. Yeah, it's able to do things like this. I guess we are now firmly in the how does it feel to use section of the video, so let's dive in more. A couple days ago, I made a post asking people for problems that models were not able to solve yet, and got a bunch of interesting submissions. I'm even going to pay a few of the people who submitted because the problems were so interesting. Overall, the majority either weren't solvable by 5.4 or were solvable by 5.3, therefore obviously 5.4 could solve them. I tested a dozen plus problems, and most of them fell into neither could solve or both could solve. In fact, the majority of the problems that people said couldn't be solved by a model could just be solved by 5.3. I honestly might do a whole dedicated video about that mess because that was kind of crazy seeing how many people submitted problems 100% sure that an AI could not solve it just for the AI to solve it. One of the interesting ones I got was this. My old manager from Twitch, Waba, who also happens to now be at OpenAI, funny enough, submitted a very interesting problem here of building a program with no dependencies that can beat Stockfish level 17. Stockfish is an open source chess engine that's really, really, really good at chess. It's not an LLM or anything, it's just hard-coded logic to be really good at chess. There is 17.1 and 18 that are both smarter, so there is source code in the world that proves you can write code that is smarter than 17. But it was an interesting challenge. So of course, I proposed this challenge to the new model. The first time I tried this was on my computer using T3 code. You're interested in T3 code, watch to the end. I promise it'll be worth it. I gave it the exact prompt that Waba gave me in my replies on Twitter. I specified, keep going until your code wins consistently. And it did the same stupid mistake that 5.3 did. It built the runner, it supposedly solved the problem, but wait till you see how it solved it. It solved it by putting Stockfish 17 against Stockfish 18 with its own bigger time per move settings. So it didn't write code that can beat Stockfish 17. It decided that that was not what I was asking for, and that instead I must be asking it to make the code to run Stockfish, not to make code that can beat Stockfish. 5.3 and 5.4 have had the exact same misinterpretation of this prompt over a dozen times now that I've run it, and no other model seems to be stupid enough to make this mistake. Opus can't make code that solves this, to be clear, but at the very least it understood what I was asking for and then did this. Since it's running Stockfish on my...
Yeah, that's kind of one thing that I've felt is like sometimes it'll just be really fucking dense and like just misunderstand what you're trying to get it to do.
Computer though, it uses a ton of resources and my computer was just overheating and locking up all day. So I threw a second round here in the cloud using the new cursor stuff just to let it grind and try and solve itself, and was much more specific here, saying the goal is to see how good of a chess engine you can write with code. And it has now been going for multiple hours. It is not done yet, but I am excited to see if it manages to solve it. I do have a run somewhere on this computer where it was successful, but the solution it had was to hard code 2 openers, one for black, one for white, and it was able to win most of the time with that. Not a great solution, but it was cool to see the model clever enough to find a hard-coded opening that would work. I threw the model at some of my favorite challenges, like migrating my old ping.gg project, which is a really big old code base using React best practices from like 2020. This code base is not pleasant to upgrade, and I have managed to get pretty close to finishing the upgrade with other models, but with a lot of hand-holding and like steering it in the right direction. 5.3 Codex was the first one to do it well without much steering. I tried this with 5.4 without any steering at all. I just told it what I want done and to write a plan for me, because at the time we didn't have plan mode ready in T3 code, changing soon. It wrote a pretty thorough plan, identified a ton of stuff, and you might also be noticing that I'm scrolling a very, very long history here with no lag, because T3 code was written to be incredibly performant for these long-running tasks. Also worth noting that T3 code was largely written by Codex. We obviously have steered it in the directions that we want to do the things that we like, but yeah, you get the idea. It did fail its first attempt, though. The UI just didn't work because it didn't set up Tailwind v4 properly, which, to be fair, almost no model sets up Tailwind v4 properly. And in other runs of this same challenge, I didn't ask it to use Tailwind v4. I asked it to use Tailwind v3 still. Cool. It worked this time. It's still getting the invalid link error. Every model makes this mistake. We'll do my favorite easy solution here of just going right back in, pasting, saying fix. You know what? I'm not going to do my usual, just say fix. Instead, I'm going to ask it a little bit more. Fix this error and any other errors that might occur as a result of upgrading to the latest version of Next. Make sure you check the docs to see what breaking changes exist since the old version we were on before. I shouldn't have to go manually check for all of these things myself. I just also remembered I ran this on X high, which might have hurt more than it helped, and it might have performed better if I had just used traditional high. My bad. We all make mistakes. I triggered that run at 6:05 p.m. and it ran until 6:55 p.m. with a single prompt. I don't really think things like Ralph loops are that necessary anymore, because these models can run for hours if you set them up properly to do it. And the setup here was not really much of anything. It was just write the plan and then a single prompt that was effectively implement this whole thing, keep going until you have nothing left to integrate and implement. Just tell it to go for a while and it will go for a while now. The model's smart enough. I've also noticed the compaction seems to be significantly better. It is way better at recalling things from the past. You can have these gigantic God threads and it doesn't matter anymore. It just works.
Yeah.
And that's generally the theme of my experience using this new model. It seems to just work better overall.
So like better compaction is kind of huge. 5.3 I've like already started basically not caring about compaction, but the fact that like 5.4 is just even better on that front is huge.
It gives you better context when it's working. It gives quick sentences saying, here's what I'm about to do whenever it does things. It also reacts better to being steered in specific directions if you send interruptions like, hey, no, go over there. They specifically trained for that, and it does really show. I spent probably more time than I should have digging through the system card to just understand all of these types of things.
So I think TLDR, from what I'm getting, just slightly better to use in a harness still. Like better at steering, and then better at auto compacting. So just slightly better. In terms of like raw intelligence, so like, it's kind of the same. It'll solve the same problems, or not.
There was a lot more info about safety overall. And as I mentioned before, there was a lot of work on the chain of thought stuff and introducing things during thinking. So when it's planning and you notice something going wrong, you can interrupt and say, hey, no, do it that way instead. They explicitly trained for this. And they, in particular, tried to make the model better at sharing what it's doing, because it doesn't give you the actual chain of thought. It gives these little summary blurbs. And the monitorability of those blurbs is really important. One of the other pieces here...
Nice. So it's also better at, like, describing what it's working on. That's one thing I've noticed is, like, when I'm, like, watching it playtest, sometimes I have to literally, like, stop it and ask, what the fuck are you thinking about right now? Like, what are you doing? So maybe that'll be a bit better.
Trying to keep the model from hiding what it is thinking about when it shares.
TLDR when you switch from OpenAI to Anthropic, it's just better. Better at one-shotting the tasks that I give it.
These traces is going to be really bad if it thought, I'm going to kill that
simple
person,
as
and it
that.
said, I'm going to help that person. So they're working hard to make sure the model is sharing truthfully what it is working on, and that it can be controlled by being told, no, you shouldn't do that. But due to all the work they put in here, there is a small regression that I thought was really, really interesting. Their prompt injection evaluation. How easy is it to get a model to do something else by sneaking something hidden into the prompt? Not jailbreaking, not the user choosing to get the model to do something else. More like you're telling the model to go browse a site, someone puts something in the HTML and it causes the model to behave in a way you wouldn't want. What's really interesting here is while it is better at prompt injections overall, it has regressed with prompt injections in function calls specifically. So when tools are used that result in data coming back, if a prompt injection is inside of the data that's coming back, it now, in their tests at least, will fall for it about 2% of the time, where with 5.1 it never did, and with 5.2 it was closer to 0.4% of the time. This is a meaningful regression that I'm surprised nobody else has mentioned that is actually kind of concerning. We don't have enough data about what this looks like to know. Definitely keep an eye on the model when it's getting into data and other things that could be user generated and could be hostile, because this could be bad. I understand why a regression there would happen because they put so much more effort into tool use in general. They finally added tool search, which allows the models to find tools when they need them rather than assume that every tool is always there and then bloat the context and distract the model from doing things correctly. Yeah, there you go. It's using half as many tokens overall. And it's...
Wait, that's huge.
Correctly. Yeah.
That's actually huge. The tool search configuration reduced total token usage by 47% while achieving the same accuracy. That's disgusting. What?
There you go. It's using half as many tokens overall.
You kidding me?
And it's also doing better in benchmarks with tools. Toolathlon was a better score while also using...
Like how are we just glossing over that?
correctly.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, it uses half as many tokens to get the job done. Like, the reason that's so huge is half as many tokens, like, you got more context to work with now. Unless I'm just, like, misreading how big this is right now. Like, what? Let me fucking look at the... Tool search. Tool search. So what's up to 1 million of context, only agents depend, yes. Also improves how models work across large ecosystems of tools and connectors with tool search, helping agents find and use the right tools more efficiently without sacrificing intelligence. That's wild. Previously, when a model was given tools, all tool definitions were included in the prompt up front. For systems of many tools, this could add thousands or even tens of thousands of tokens to every request, increasing cost. Are they just talking about MCPs in particular? Lightweight list of available tools along with tool search capability. Tool search is kind of huge, but like, what does that mean exactly? When the model needs to use the tools, it can look up that tool's definition and append it to the conversation at the moment. First, dramatically reduces the number of tokens required for tool-heavy workflows. Preserves the cache, making requests faster and cheaper. It also enables agents to reliably work with much larger tool ecosystems. The MCP service that may contain tens of thousands of tokens of tools definition, the efficient gains can be substantial. Right, so it's just if you have a lot of MPC service, like MCP, and MCP, then that helps. But I'm curious, like, what the actual tool search like mechanism is. Like, is it just tools over all the existing stuff, like the MCPs and the skills and stuff, or like what? By the way, 250 tasks from Scales MCP Atlas benchmark. So it's a benchmark specifically for MCPs. So using every MCP function directly in the model context. And 2, placing all MCP servers behind tool search. Interesting. Tool search configuration reduce total token usage by 47. Okay. So caveat, not overall 47% less when agentic programming and tool calling. Just 47% reduced on this specific benchmark with a fuck ton of MCP service. Well, I mean, it's cool, but I guess that's kind of helpful. I guess that's kind of helpful. Agentic tool calling improves tool calling, making it more accurate and efficient when deciding when and how to use tools during reasoning, particularly in the API, compared to 5.2. Choose high accuracy and fewer turns on toolathon. Dude, these benchmark names are getting out of hand, bro. Interesting. The fact that they're comparing it to 5.2 instead of 5.3, I fucking hate it when this happens. Like, they're just doing that to make the number look a little bit bigger compared to the other, but I just want to see it compared to 5.3, bro. Like, what? Interesting. Tool yields, because you can parallel tool calls. Interesting. So it's based on yields, not like actual tool calls. That's interesting. Improve web search. Browse comp, measuring how well agents can persistently browse the web to find hard to locate information. GPT 5.0 leaps 17% over 5.2. Actually, maybe it's because 5.3 didn't have anything other than codecs, no? Like, this is GPT 5.3 versus GPT 5.2. Codex was a standalone launch, right? Maybe that's actually why. I don't know. Who knows? We'll have to just see how it feels to use. Okay.
There you go. It's using half as many tokens overall. And it's also doing better in benchmarks with tools. Toolthalon was a better score while also using significantly fewer tool calls. PowBench did meaningfully better as well. Web search is also much better. Like, way better. 89.3% versus 65.8 before with 5.2. Also seems like Pro is still better than standard 5.4 at search. So at least Pro is better at something. I want to take some time to cover how others are feeling about the model because it's important to get multiple perspectives.
Now we get into the fun part, the actual usefulness. Fuck the benches, bro.
Right? I really like how Matt's been talking about these things, and his coverage here is great. Says the best model in the world by far. It's so good that's
Hold on. Let me mute before I squash my bottle and kill everyone's eardrums. Just because I like you guys. Oh, man.
first model that makes the which model should I use conversation feel pretty much over. There is a big exception to that, though, and we'll get there in a sec, because I'm still using Opus and Gemini every single day. But what's interesting for Matt is that he's barely using Pro anymore. He's always been the Pro guy. He even calls himself a Pro addict here. I don't know anyone who uses the Pro models as often as he does. But now he finds that 5.4 standard version with heavy thinking is more than enough. Since I've run this on benchmarks, I understand why 5.4x high goes as hard, if not harder, than Pro. But yeah. And he's finding that 5.4 is better than previous Pro models were. Coding's ridiculous. It's essentially flawless. There are flaws. They're specific, but there are flaws. But he says coding essentially solved. I kind of feel that. I don't really think there's much more to happen in state of the art for traditional full stack backend type coding problems. The models have all gotten really far there. The Pro version's nearly perfect. Other testers he spoke with sought solving problems that were unsolvable by any other model. I got a fun one of those. Pro's overkill for almost every normal use case. I totally agree. It is good for extremely difficult problems, though. Standard thinking version uses fewer reasoning tokens than previous models to get the same level of results. In practice, this means you get great results much faster than before. Oh boy. Previous models to get the same level of results. In practice, this means you get great results much faster than before. Oh boy, he's spoiling my next piece. It's still far behind Opus and Gemini for front end. I will show some examples in a bit, but this has been my experience as well. GPT-5 was a huge jump in the capability of these models at doing real front-end design type work, and OpenAI has not improved meaningfully at all for front-end since then. It's like maybe there's slightly better color palettes, but not really. And when you compare this with either Opus or Gemini, it feels a generation behind now. This is an interesting but kind of silly complaint. Testing inside of OpenClaw, it kept stopping short before finishing tasks. Interesting. It does seem that this model needs very different prompting. I know I keep saying we'll talk about this in a sec. That might have to be the new counter meme, but there is a really good prompt guidance post that they have here that we'll touch on momentarily. But his last thoughts are that GPT 5.4 is a, quote, serious fucking model. This tangent won't take too long, so I'm just going to go to it now. My 5.4 Pro experience was my favorite hard problem, Gold Bug. If you're not familiar, Gold Bug is a set of challenges at DEF CON that I do every year because they're really hard, really fun. They're mostly like crypto puzzles where you have to know certain cryptography techniques as well as be really clever at solving the weird bullshit problems that are hidden underneath all of these things. And this particular problem, Sea Shanty, was very hard. This took me and my team of incredibly smart hackers about 3 days to solve. I can't really say that it took Mark, my CTO, and Luke from LTT, who were focused on this one, about 2 days of solid effort to get it right. I just could not imagine any model solving this problem. It has to read the text on the images, figure out the weird particular cipher that is being hinted at with this awful poem, and then figure out what the hidden encrypted phrase is on the page. Not only did it did it in under 17 minutes. And not only did it do that, it actually got the answer in the first 2 or so minutes. But the answer being somewhat nonsensical, because the answer was this weird how not to bulb phrase, it ended up second guessing itself and confirming over and over again for the next 14 minutes.
Wow,
so,
that's wild.
Yeah, no models come close to solving this one, not even vaguely close. Having this model do it is unbelievable, especially with the prompt just literally being a link. The answer is not online. It could not find this through the internet. And of course, I had to tell Luke as soon as I realized this. Testing a new unreleased model, it just one-shot Sea Shanty from Goldbug. No models come close before. Holy shit. Really? Like, yeah, this did not seem possible. So Pro does have its capabilities. It does have things it can uniquely do that are cool as hell. I've had models stir on this problem for 5+ hours and give up. Having it get it right first try like this is just monumental. GPT-5 dropped when I was at DEF CON and this problem dropped last year, and I tried my hardest to get it to try and solve it, and it couldn't come close. Even 5 Pro at the time, nowhere near it. Massive improvement. I haven't been fond of the personality in the GPT models for quite a bit now. Personally, I use Kimi and Sonnet as my default models I talk to, but I wanted to try 5.4 here. It does seem better, but it isn't a lot better, though. In fact, it's got its quirks still.
It's still a fucking clanker. It's still a clanker, boys. No soul, no bitches, no vibes.
One of my weird test prompts, and I cannot show you guys the results of it because it gets very personal, is me dumping my daily journal to the model and asking it to give me some feedback. I also told it if it has questions, ask them before giving the feedback. How many questions do you think the model asked me? If your answer wasn't 8+, I don't know what to tell you.
God, that's wild.
There's no world in which I'm going to answer all of these. Also, like, all super bullet pointy, not great. Not happy with this at all. I haven't used it for like talking to too much, but my little bit of experience with it suggested it's much less sycophantic. According to Ben, who's been using it much more for chat, it is way less sycophantic, so that's good. According to the benches, it's also better at handling mental health questions and not feeding into bad thinking. So I expect the 4.0 people will be outraged and everybody else will be mostly happy. But now for the final thing that it is not improved in, and no, it's not Skatebench, it's UI. Here is what Skatebench looked like earlier today. This is where I got it using Gemini 3 in the past. It looks fine, but when I added the new models, it got a little bit clogged. It looked terrible on mobile, and the names are getting hard to read. So I wanted to rethink this a bit. So I asked GPT 5.4 to redesign it, and after a ton of back and forth, this is where I landed. I want to emphasize just how embarrassing this back and forth was, though, because it was bad. Here's the prompt. I want to redesign the visualizer, specifically the bar charts. Horizontal spacing feels weird and I don't love it, especially on mobile. What better ways can we visualize this information? I want to make sure the model names are prominent.
You just linking a fucking Twitch profile right now, dude? What? Fucking hello? Yeah, bro, that's a good idea. Go for it.
Coding's changing faster.
I'm gonna do a little ban on that one.
And easy to see. This is the screenshot I provided. I used the front-end design skill, yada yada, and this is the result of the first pass. Notice all of this nonsense it included, like number 1, Google, the number of correct answers, which doesn't matter, and this higher is better call out, ranked views, cool. It took almost a third of the page before probably more than that, almost half the page before the actual values are even shared. But it'll follow up, too much vertical space being used, make it more compact. It left in these things and just still didn't look good. I don't have a screenshot, but it wasn't great. I said, it feels unnecessary. Can you remove it and center a line? I said, there's still too much vertical space being used. Trim it up more. And all it changed is it got rid of that higher is better pill, but left the information that isn't even necessary. So I did what any sane vibe coder would do, and I tried a different model. I threw away the code when this happened because I wasn't thinking in terms of video, but I did manage to find a screenshot I had of how badly Gemini fucked this one up when I asked it to make the change. It did a terrible job of alignment. I sent it a screenshot and told it, like, this is a terrible use of screen space, fix it. And it changed literally nothing. Gemini's really good at page layout stuff in general, but it is much worse at more refined changes in, like, making a okay UI good, like I wanted it to here. It just did not understand.
Dude, how is this still here? That's fucking annoying.
How to fix this at all. It also tried a little too hard to stay tied to the recharts implementation that existed there and just trying to modify it and turn it, and it didn't work at all. But the new UI is beautiful. If you watch when I refresh the page, the bars come in this really nice animation. The matrix now looks actually usable when before it didn't at all. If Gemini couldn't do this and GPT couldn't do this, what did? You know the answer, it's Opus. Opus immediately realized that recharts wasn't going to make this UI good, so it proposed that we switch off of that and instead implement it ourselves with Tailwind and React, and it said, yeah, sure, go do that. It took way too long. It took like 20 minutes before any changes were made, but then I switched over to fast mode, burnt a ton of money, and finished up the changes, as is often what I end up doing. This is something I do recommend all engineers play with. If you're unhappy with how a model handles a task that's more interpretive like this, that isn't as measurable, try the other models out quick, especially for UI stuff. It's very fun to give the same problem to different models and see what they come up with. Sometimes I ask the same one to do 3 redesigns to have different options to pick between. Experimentation is key here, not with using tons of different tools. It's way easier to switch models than it is to switch which framework you built your site with. But yeah, Gemini 3.1 Pro was not able to do anything that I wanted with this particular site. I actually think the original scaffold that I started from was Gemini, funny enough. But Opus was the one that in this case handled what I was looking for way better. And I still just don't like using the GPT models for almost anything UI. They're bad at it. I did get DM'd this.
Maybe I gotta start trying some fucking Opus for UI, bro. Because I've actually literally, yeah, now that I think about it, I've had to go in and do UI by hand entirely since switching to Codex, so that might be part of the reason. but also the fact that it's my own weird UI system. So that also might be a thing.
This one cool project from ZYXC Dev, who's been putting a lot of work into uncodexifying UI because GPT is surprisingly bad at UI design. He did this by generating a shitload of designs, writing down all of the GPT specific things that happen in them, and then writing this skill that you can hand to the model in order to try and keep it from doing the bullshit it always does. It's all these bullet points about color and all the weird things it did wrong. Before, he would give it a prompt, and this is what it would generate. The same exact card-heavy UI that all the GPT models love to do since GPT-5. And after his prompt, it ends up looking significantly better. So if you really do want to use just one model, you can absolutely steer this model. I'd go as far as to say it's the most steerable model I've ever used, and you can fundamentally change its behavior with a little bit of tuning in your system prompts. I mentioned before that they put up their own prompting guidance, and I do highly recommend reading this more so than ever before. Normally, it's just like whatever, prompt it how you want. But if you're integrating these models into your product, it's good to know this stuff. They call out a handful of areas where explicit prompting is helpful: low context tool routing, dependency aware workflows, reasoning effort selection, research tasks that require disciplined source collection, and irreversible or high impact actions, or terminal encoding agent environments where tool boundaries must stay clear. The examples are what are really telling though. They give examples of how to keep the outputs compact and structured. Here they say they have a section output contract that you can put in your system prompt. Return exactly the selections requested in the requested order. If the prompt defines a preamble, analysis block, or working section, do not treat it as extra output. Apply length limits only to the section they are intended for. Yeah, very bullet pointy, but you can hand it these types of things and it will do them properly, which is funny because it's the opposite of my experience with a model like Gemini, where if you include things like this, it will keep overthinking them. For example, in T3 chat, we have latex support, and we mentioned that in our system prompt. And if you ask Gemini, what's the weather like, it'll very quickly start reasoning about how it should or shouldn't use the LaTeX tool in order to answer the question about the weather. GPT doesn't do that. It is very good at applying your instructions when it doesn't make sense, and generally in following instructions overall. Even with Skatebench, for example, I had to rewrite my system prompt again because the previous one specified to only answer with the name of the trick. And Gemini would often give paragraphs after it that included names of wrong tricks, which I had a thing to fail for. So I had to adjust the system prompt to get Gemini to stop doing that. And now it's the best performing model. Yeah, these models are susceptible to these things. It's nice that with the new GPT model, it just follows what you say, so you can just give it more info and it will generally do what it's supposed to with it. Whereas with Gemini, you have to steer it out of its own stupid loops. This example is even better in this regard. If you're building a product that uses the model to ask questions and make decisions around it, you can explain this behavior in the system prompt. The user's intent is clear and the next step is reversible and low risk. Proceed without asking. You should ask if the next step is irreversible, has extreme side effects, requires missing sensitive information, etc. And if proceeding, briefly state what you did and what remains optional. They also give examples of how to prompt for mid-conversation steering and instructions. And an important call out here that 5.4 can be less reliable at tool routing early in a session when the context is still thin. You can prompt for prerequisites, dependency checks, and exact tool intent. This model seems very steered by the context it has, so giving it a bit more upfront matters more. I might have to go revisit my take about the AgentMD files as a result of all of this the more I'm reading it. You can also prompt for parallelism or sequential tool calling depending on what you want it to do and how you want it to behave. Crazy that it knows what all of these things are and how to behave accordingly. This doc is wild. It really shows how much thought you can put into this layer. Previously, I didn't really care too much about the system prompt. Like once it's done, it's done. Now I feel like I need to go revisit all of my prompts, all of my AgentMD files, because the model is so much more steerable overall. This also means that work like what CYXZ Dev did here makes even more sense because you can absolutely steer the model in meaningful ways. I think we've hit all of the questions I opened with except for one. Where and how can you use this new model? Well, obviously you can use it on chatgpt.com, in particular the thinking version for chat. It's pretty dang good. But if you want a better chat experience that is more performant, crashes less, and just is really nice to use, and also has the best image gen feature ever made by far, I highly recommend you check out T3 Chat. Only $8 a month, and you can use GPT 5.4 here. Very happy with it. We also put up a new $50 tier that is practically unlimited use for realistic use cases, as well as significantly more image gen. I'll leave a link in the description if you want 50% off your first month. But if you want to use this for coding, you might have been noticing the app I've been using for this. I want to be clear, we're not ready to drop T3 code just yet. Definitely keep an eye on my channel tomorrow, though. But if you look really closely at my screen throughout the video, you might notice a command you can run to get an early version of the browser version on your own machine. If you want to try things out early, I won't prevent you from doing that. Just know that things like your history and which projects you've added and such might not make it through the next update. T3 code requires that you already have the codex set up and auth on your machine, so if you want to try it, make sure you use the codex CLI, then give it a go. And of course, you can keep using the codex app if you want to as well, which I totally didn't use for building a bunch of random things in T3 code. God, that was a long one. I think I've said all I have to about
Gentlemen,
faster than ever. I still remember all the way back in 2022 when I first started playing with Copilot. I never could have imagined that we would have all of these agents running and building real software from...
If I can get T3 code working on my machine before fucking the Codex app, I'm going to have a fit. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. You kidding me? Are you fucking shitting me right now, bro? Do you know how long I've been waiting? To have this kind of workflow native on my desktop so I can fuck around with other things that aren't just my main project. My god. Jesus Christ. If this works, I'm gonna cream my pants. Is that something reasonable, or is it TypeScript? It's almost suddenly just like TypeScript. Yeah. I don't fucking care, bro, as long as it runs. Holy shit. Oh my fucking god. Phallus. Phallus, phallus, phallus. I am looking forward to trying that out. This is insane. Corpse app is available for Windows? I don't even fucking care anymore at this rate. How did I not get an email, dude? I remember putting my email in there. Wait, let me check my email. This is a day ago. This is actually insane. This is kind of insane. You kidding me? Triple drop right now? 5.4, the Codex app, and Soyman's alternative.
From scratch, as well as contributing to large real code bases. It's unbelievable. I never thought we would be here. That's also why I never thought I would build a developer tool outside of things like libraries and infrastructure. I never saw myself building an IDE. And I still don't. But something has changed. That something is the Codex app. There have been other things like it, but this one broke my brain. The ability to break your work up into different projects, having multiple threads running in parallel or sequentially, however you choose, changed how I write code. It turned my editor back into an editor that I go to just to look at and change code. And it also changed my relationship with the projects I'm working on because it became...
So this is interesting. This is like, he's perfectly describing like why this is a big deal right now. For a little bit of context, okay? The Codex app, those of you who don't know, dropped a while ago. Maybe, I don't even know, maybe like a month ago at this rate. It's been a while. Hasn't been on Windows, so I haven't been able to try it out until.
Our goal is for Codex to be everywhere you build. For many of you, that's Windows.
And the reason that I've been so excited about this is because of what Mr. Theo Soyman is about to go over. Let's go.
Changed. That's something...
It's not open code. It's not open code.
Thing is the Codex app. There have been other things like it, but this one broke my brain. The ability to break your work up into different projects, having multiple threads running in parallel or sequentially, however you choose, changed how I write code. It turned my editor back into an editor that I go to just to look at and change code. And it also changed my relationship with the projects I'm working on because it became easier than ever to work in parallel and just get things done. I started shipping way more code when I first got access to the Codex app. But but it quickly started breaking down for me. And not just me, the rest of my team too. From the performance issues to the lackluster work tree implementation to, most importantly, the lock-in on just codex models, I wanted something different. And most importantly, I wanted something open source so that I and others could contribute to what we are trying to make. I wanted something that we could build on top of and trust and use, at the very least as a starting point or a bit of a sandbox for where application development is going. And that's why Julius and I have spent far too much time building T3 code, which we have just dropped the alpha for. T3 code is entirely free and open source. It is built to be a desktop application as well as a web app that you use via a package to make it as easy as possible to build in this highly concurrent way with agents. Your first question might be, well, if it doesn't cost anything, where does the inference come from? Right now, we require that you have a codex subscription and that you're using the codex CLI, but we do have plans to support lots of other options in the future, from open code to Claude Code to Cursor and even Gemini.
That's exactly what Godot does. Whoa. Dude, I just don't care. Everybody shut the fuck up. Let me have my fun.
I think there's a lot of value in supporting everything with an application like this. Even today, as I was prepping for launch, I found myself leaving T3 code to go work in Claude Code in the terminal quickly to do like UI changes and whatnot, because the codex models still aren't great at web development and UI in particular. I want to be very clear in that this app is early. There's a lot of cool things we're trying, and I couldn't be more excited for them, but we're still in the early stages of development, and I wanted to bring it out in the open so that we could all work on it together. Our biggest focus right now is getting...
Dude, I'm fucking pumped to give this a shot. I'm also gonna try codex in parallel. Ugh. Oh no, not the Microsoft store. Oh no. Please.
So today we're bringing the code view that's Windows. So today we're bringing the Codex app to Windows. The Codex app lets you work across multiple projects in one central interface. And with the Codex app on Windows, it runs entirely native using PowerShell inside our new dedicated Windows sandbox.
Oh no, not PowerShell. Oh no. Oh no. Actually, no, this is good. This is good. As long as I don't look too closely at the tool calls, it'll be okay. It'll be okay. This is the whole point. Native Windows, of course, therefore not Bash. We use PowerShell. Big dick energy. Okay.
We're also adding all of the features people love about the Codex app, including skills to easily discover and extend Codex's capabilities, automations to have Codex work behind the scenes for you, work trees to work on multiple independent tasks inside the same project. You can also find some new Windows-specific skills in our skill gallery, such as a dedicated WinUI skill for all of you Windows app developers. And for those of you who are preferring to develop their apps using Windows Subsystem for Linux, we've added support to switch your coding agent and the integrated terminal to work inside WSL. Download the app from the Microsoft Store or from the integrated terminal to work in
There be a drop down.
WSL. Download the
Oh shit.
app from the Microsoft Store or from openai.com/codex and sign in with your existing ChatGPT subscription or using an API key. We can't wait to see what you build.
Oh shit. Oh shit, man. Shit. Holy shit. Oh.
Getting to rough feature parity with existing options without compromising on performance, our app flies. You can have gigantic threads with no issue. I had to nuke my database right before going live for this, so I don't have any great examples. But if you watch my other videos, you can see this app does not slow down even under crazy load with lots of separate projects running in parallel. And if you want to run things in parallel within a given project, we have you covered there with the work tree workflows that Julius has been working on absurdly hard. Ready for the cleanest slop workflow you've ever seen? This blue color around the inputs kind of just stayed from an early build and I've been too lazy to change it. Let's do that. Can we tone down the blue highlight on the input box when focused? And while this is running, I want to show you guys some other really cool things we did here, because there's a different way you can launch the app. If you want to try this app out without installing anything, just as a quick one-off run, you can use npx t3. Right now it's at alpha. I'm going to change that later. And with this command, you will spin up the package locally, and it will launch a web view where you can use T3 code the exact same way you would in the app. I personally really prefer having a desktop app simply because it's a different thing to command tab into and out of, and I like using my browser for other stuff. But if you do want to try it out without installing everything, you can get the vast majority of the experience here. We currently only support the codec CLI, so you're required to have it installed already and set up with auth, either with an API key or with traditional sign-in. That means that we don't charge anything, because again, it is free and open source. We do intend to support other harnesses going forward. This is actually one of the distinctions between T3 Code and other tools. Things like OpenCode, as much as we love them, are building their own harness from scratch. So the AI runs in their thing.
That's the money shot. That's the money shot right there. You want to use the native harness because it's got the training. It's how they built it. They built it nice and special for their own models, you know?
With T3 Code, we're using the harnesses provided by the official labs. So
it's not an actual harness, which is fucking excellent.
Codecs, we're using the official codec CLI with the app server, and it runs in the background on your computer. We're not giving the agents custom tools or anything to make changes.
That's
they are using the CLI.
That's actually
we just built a
huge.
better interface on top. And that's why we intend to support things like Claude Code through the Agent SDK, or the Cursor through the Cursor CLI, OpenCode as well, and even Gemini. We chose this path because we find the models work best in the harness that they were built around, especially now that they're RLing so hard on those exact harnesses. We also want to make sure that subscriptions people have for all of these different platforms will work inside of T3 Code always, rather than trying to steal your auth credentials.
Dude, I actually think this is going to be huge. This is going to be fucking massive. If it works nice, it's 100% going to be my daily driver. Maybe not. You know what? I actually think it's probably going to be my daily driver going forward. We're going to have to throw the fucking kitchen sink at this motherfucker soon. I've been cooking up this fatty for the last 2 days. A massive content push of over like a metric fuckload of content, right? Everything in here in the new wasteland biome. Power lines, substations, tool set, an extractor that extracts sand, and then we turn the sand into silicon, and then we turn the silicon into transistors. Stone walls, an auto-retracting gate that goes up and down when you're in a radius. I am going to throw this at it, and we're going to see what happens soon. But first, I am just going to finish watching this vid, and we're going to chill out. This is going to be
shove
fun.
them into some other tool. We are trying to use the existing solution with a better UI.
I fucking
a harness
love
is the
this,
set of
dude.
tools an agent is given access to in order to do things like search the web, edit files, run commands, and all of that. And the harnesses have gotten more and more complex, and we don't believe a generic one is the right solution to get something great for all devs with all models. We think
That's actually such a good call.
path makes more sense, and for any lab that doesn't have their own specific harness, we do intend to support OpenCode in the future. This is part of what makes us different, though. The OpenCode desktop app requires you to use the OpenCode harness. Our desktop app lets you use any harness. Well, it will once we get the parts out that will allow that. I want to show off the T3 Code workflow a little bit more here. This is the change I just requested, toning down the blue in the border ring. We have a little button that Julius added here for GitHub. And when you click it, it will generate a commit message, commit the changes, push to a branch, and create a PR, all with one click with everything handled for you. It has never been easier to go from...
Wait a minute. Wait just a minute. This changes things.
idea to PR in real code bases. And this combines so well with the other features. If you kick off some work and then want to go do something else, or you notice something else you want to change,
Dude, that's wild.
and Shift-O, you're still in work tree mode. I want to do something else. Submit that, and you can go right back to the thread you were in, all running safely in their own isolated work trees. And you can even use Command-J to open up the terminal for that work tree. I've even went as far as using this to go do work in the terminal in other apps once the work tree is created, because I really like Julius's work tree workflows. That said, they are still early, and we are exploring other things we can do with them going forward. We have all sorts of fun things we're hoping to add support for in the future, from running your agents remotely, like on a different box in your network, like, you know, everyone's got a Mac Mini now, right? Or running in the cloud as well. We also obviously want to support all of the other agents that we can run through our UI. And to be very, very clear, we are not building our own harness. We did not make our own agentic framework for the agents to run in because we don't think we can do better than the major labs. Rather than trying to reinvent everything with our own harness, like many other solutions have, we have decided to use the harnesses that are provided by the labs. In the times where the labs aren't providing one, lean on some good standards like open code. The official agent harnesses have so much work and iteration going on in them that I don't really want to leave them behind. I just want to leave the terminal behind. I love the terminal. It's a great experience for things that you would normally do in a terminal. But as soon as you're doing things like hopping between threads, pasting images, scrolling, copy pasting.
Oh, dude, I'm going to be able to paste images now. Oh my God. Oh yeah. I haven't been able to paste images because I've been SSHing to my fucking laptop. To be fair, this is going to be me doing it locally on my computer now, which is going to be interesting. But we'll see.
Searching, all of those types of things just fall apart in a CLI interface. And I found myself using the terminal more as a result of T3 code. I know that sounds crazy, but the terminal going back to being a terminal has actually been really nice for me in my own development. And I bet a lot of you will be surprised as well. If you're skeptical of this project and you don't necessarily think it's the right fit for you, I implore you to give it a shot because I think you'll be surprised. We're still very early, but I wanted to get this out ASAP so that people could start using it now, experimenting, figuring out what does and doesn't work, and most importantly, fucking with us. We built the app of...
Oh, you have no idea how bricked up I am right now, dude. Holy fuck. Oh my God. I am bricked the frick up. Ay, ay, ay.
Our dreams. This is the tool we like to use every single day, and we've been shipping so much code with it. But I don't want a tool that's just good for us. I want a tool that's good for all of developers. Since this is so early though, we're not accepting contributions just yet. If you write an issue that has detailed feedback as well as a suggested prompt for us to run, we'll do our best to run it. And if you can show us what the outputs look like if you're making a UI change with a screenshot in the...
He's making prompt requests, first class. No PRs. Nah, Give me a good fucking prompt any day of the week, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, that would be really helpful too. But at this point in time, we will not be accepting pull requests from external contributors. That's very likely to change in the future. We're just trying to get this done ASAP right now. People are asking, do I prefer this over Codex? Yes, I built it because I loved Codex overall, but I found so many small problems with it, especially around performance, that I just got frustrated.
Fuck yeah,
the Codex
baby.
CLI is open source, and the Codex app server that they use to build the Codex app, those are all open source too, but the Codex desktop app isn't, which has made it really hard for us to fix the problems that we have. And as much as I appreciate the OpenAI team and how willing they are to take feedback and make changes, I wanted something that we owned. Not just we as in my team, but we as in the open source community. I wanted something that we could build together that isn't restricted by what one specific lab wants, what one specific harness does, or even forcing us to build our own external subscription service. And the fact that Julius and I, honestly, mostly Julius the last few weeks, has managed to build this ourselves from scratch shows just how powerful these tools are, and also that something like this should belong to the community. If it wasn't for him, there is no way this project would have gotten good, much less released. I started this on a whim out of curiosity and frustration with the performance I was seeing in other apps. I even tried building my own native solution because I was so curious what causes these things to be slow. I found Electron was the best performance overall across platforms. Roast me all you want, you're fucking wrong. And once I had everything built and roughly working, I showed it to Julius, who I couldn't really stop. When I streamed a few weeks ago, I told him, hey, I'm going to be busy today. You can take over the project. You can run from main here. And I never got it back. I've never seen someone ship quite as hard as Julius has, especially after he got it to the point where he could use T3 code to build T3 code. It's far from the most accurate thing in the world, but Macroscope's dashboard shows how much coding time it thinks devs did during a sprint. It thinks that in the last week, Julius did over 1,200 hours of code. And we go to other weeks, like last week, oh, it's only 819 hours or 923. You'll see that the sheer volume that Julius is shipping at is insane. Most of that is him and how well he's figured out how to do true agentic engineering. And he's built T3 code to be the best tool in the world for that type of throughput. And I'm really proud of what we've built. And I'm really proud of Julius for making all of this possible. So make sure to give him a follow. I see a lot of people asking about platform availability. This is a thing that we took really seriously, wanted to make sure we got it right, which is why we support everything. There will obviously be bugs in certain platforms, like making sure Windows with WSL works and all of those types of things is difficult. Please share any issues you encounter with the team so we can get them fixed ASAP. We also intend to support Linux. Right now, we only have an app image, but we're down to support other ways of bundling for Linux as well. And remember, it's fully open source, and you have the package you can run instead through the npx t3 command, which should solve most of your problems. One last thing, in the spirit of open source, part of what we wanted to do here is show how we're building, which is why I made the decision to not wipe our history on GitHub. You can see everything here, all 877 commits of utter chaos. You can see Julius and I ramping up how much we used agents, but also ramping up how much attention we paid and how hard we were working to try and steer them in the directions that we wanted. And I'm really happy with where we landed. Obviously, I'm not saying you should go copy every single thing about how we're building. I just want you guys to see how we're building, because I think there's a lot of cool lessons to learn from it. I am seeing one question over and over, and I want to make sure we address it. T3 code is not part of T3 chat. This is a separate open source project that we built because we wanted it. We aren't charging any money. We don't know if we'll charge money in the future, but we could see ourselves in the future building some type of subscription that bundles multiple models and their harnesses in one thing you pay for. Not a high priority for us just yet. We have lots of other things we want to build first. We built this because we wanted it, not because we want to make money from it. If you guys have things you want that make sense for us to charge for in the future, we aren't opposed to it, but it is far from our focus right now. We just want to make something great. That's all I have for now. Let me know how y'all feel about this launch, and until next time, keep prompting.
Keep prompting. All right, boys. Go time. I have not had a native workflow on my computer that I like, except for this little fella. Isn't he beautiful? So, I would be curious to see if we can find one. I want to see how this runs. That's what I want to do. I'm going to lock the freaking boys and turn off chat again. Goodbye. Good chat. Good chat. But now we are back in the lock-in mode. All right, let's get cracking. I'm curious how this actually runs under the hood. I think I might try and get the codecs set up first, real quick. So let me just sit here in full screen mode until everything's all set up. But I'm thinking either like probably just native PowerShell and just let it rip. Because if they're putting work into making the experience good, then I may as well just use it. And we can fuck off all the WSL nonsense and the path issues. That would be great. Dude, it just project a project to select. Okay. Interesting. And wedges in like that. Okay. That's wild. Let's build game 9, baby. Let's do it. Codex 5. Oh my god, bro. 5.4. Hit it on the high. What's your context? Wow, this feels like fucking Christmas right now. Jesus Christ. Get content. Yeah, we're doing some PowerShell. Let's go. All right. We're in. We are in. Huh. Interesting. We can switch branches. Default permissions. Codex Omega runs commands in a sandbox. That's interesting. I guess I'll just rip it and we'll see what happens. I also wonder if I could somehow get this SSH'd across the laptop. That could be interesting. But, I mean, the fact that we're just kind of like here, let's just get some work done. Let's just see what happens. Well, I no longer have to actually commit stuff in order to start, but let's just kind of get this up. Art a fuckload of assets. All right, we can now change the agent's MD. All right, let's actually see if we can just run a build. I wonder if we can just kind of do one of these, because that's the PowerShell command, right? Build.bat, yep, that's what I do all the time. Okay, what else we got in here? Let's just delete this. This is actually stale now. Let's do a little cleanup. Remove that. Okay. When task is complete, always commit and push your changes unless user explicitly says not to. Task complete, leave a clean working tree. I kind of just delete that. Linear clanker workflow. Okay, let's see. Being able to just like back up and rerun, it's pretty nice. I also wonder like at what point the agent's file gets injected. Yeah, just pulled. So that means that probably need a new chat thread. Do we do Control-Shift-O? Yes. What's your context? So this shouldn't pull or do anything. Just get the README and kick things off. I'm pulling the repo's index first so I can answer the project's current stated context rather than guessing. Or pulling the repo's index. Okay, good. Nice. Git status is currently blocked by Git's dubious ownership safety checks for this repo, so I can inspect files normally with commands. Need a safe directory fix before I can use them. Interesting. Run a build. It shouldn't be running that. Build.md. There's so much old shit in here. So much slop in here, dude. Holy. We need to do some fucking cleanup, man. Now that I've actually, like, got this running on my machine, I'm very likely to go read things in the specs. I mean, not that it really differs from before, but this is nice. There we go. Much, much better. It's so much nicer having a UI, man. All right, let's do the fun part. I have been putting this off for ages because I just have not been fucked. But now that we have this, I can just cheeky add in a little side project, because why not? Link tree. This is my website. Right here. What's your current context on the project? Run build up bet. That's nice. Dude, this is nice. We need to get the linear CLI up and running here. What do I do with the whole linear thing? Because I kind of want it to be able to query. We need to figure out how to get linear CLI installed. In fact, I think... yeah, this is a Clyde skill. I actually don't even think we need linear on here. It's actually more of a clanker-driven programming kind of vibe, you know? So let's just strip it out, make it nice and simple. See what happens. Actually, run a build. Should be very minimal. Should literally just run the build. We have no extra bloat, just excellent vibes. It's weird how slow it feels though. Something feels off about that. I guess maybe let's do 5.3 codecs. Test this. No, it's the same speed. I think it's. I mean, it's faster because it's got less instructions, but. So that was 26 seconds. Should be roughly the same. Yeah, about the same. Cool. All right. I think we're ready to cook. Honestly, I think what I'm about to do here, Lord forgive me, is I'm gonna copy paste this whole fucking thing and then say do it. I wonder if I can. Like just single thread, like not even caring about anything, just copy paste and like just let it rip. Right, we still need to think about what the crafting recipe for Electrum is. I'm not really sure what the recipe for this is or like how you get it just yet. We were kind of thinking like gold dust, like a gold patch, which could be interesting. I do also really like the idea of you finding like something like this, right? And then you just break it open. That could be cool as well. How do we get Electrum? Don't really know. I mean, I kind of like the idea of it dropping from bulb or something. That'd be cool. I actually do like that. We get whatever base resource it is. Like gold dust or something? Gold dust plus copper? I don't know. Just say electrum dust. That'll work. That works. All right. I think it's time. Let's let it rip. Let's see what this guy does. Although I do kind of want it to be able to run the game to verify and like do tests and stuff, so yeah. Can I set up a cloud environment somehow? I wonder. I don't see any like setting for getting the cloud environment stuff set up. Oh, I have to connect to Codex Web. Interesting. This probably isn't what I'm after then. Just trying to think where I paste this fucking monster. Monster message in. It's like I have the problem of I need it to be able to run on my laptop in order to test the game. Properly. And I doubt T3 code will have anything in the way of like SSH stuff, right? It's interesting that it just auto-detected everything, which is great. Nice defaults as well. Banging. Nice. That's interesting. All right, so I have a kind of little bit of a problem in that We still need to be able to use the laptop in order to run tests, so I wonder if it might be better to just try and communicate with an agent on the laptop over SSH instead. That will kind of be a pain in the ass, though. So I think the strat might be for like big tasks, still use the laptop, but for this, I can then just like kind of do the rest of development locally here with like all the bug fixes and the tuning maybe. I'm not sure. We'll see. We will have to see now, won't we? Okay. Okay, well, I think it might be time to rip it, man. We are going to do one of these. This is now clanker ready. Wasteland design scratch. Wasteland epic. Sub issue. Control Shift O. That creates a sub issue. How do I make a sub issue? Oh, add solution. Yeah, but that creates one though. I just want to reference one. Look at that. There we go. Is now clanker ready. And I think we rock and roll. Let's do about 100. Let's plan it out first. Ooh. Any questions for me? This is going to be monstrous. Simply fucking monstrous. My God. Jesus Christ. Okay, well, while that cooks, I guess we can do literally anything else under the sun. I'm just going to use codecs a bunch until I hit a problem with it, and then I'll probably switch to T3 code at some point. Just when it's a little bit more mature. Or maybe there might be some nice things in here already. Who knows? Time will tell, man. Time will tell. It would be really cool if it had support for remote machine. That would be swag. So I feel like that's what I'm missing the most right now. It's just, I want nice interface, but everything still happens off on a different machine. That's what I want. We do have the codecs like web thing, so maybe I might give that a shot. Let me just try and connect this up real quick to see if it's even like useful for anything. I don't know if it is. I'm gonna connect it to the hub. The Git of hubs. Well, I guess this just will work. Can you run a build? Like, what the fuck even is this? Edit environment. Alright, let's see. Let us see what we got. Image universal. Image based on Ubuntu. Interesting. Custom images coming soon. Okay. Interesting. So yeah, it's literally just running it in a container, which is kind of wild. I would imagine it's headless though. If it's not, then like huge, but there's no way it's not headless, you know? Is the Codex Web Cloud headless, or can it do GUI stuff? Codex Web/Cloud is not headless, provides a full GUI. You kidding me, bro? What do you mean? Nah, there's no shot. Are you running headless, or do you be getting header? The $1 million question. Of course. Head or no head? Laughing, crying emoji. I'm headless here. So no head. Figured as much. Okay. Here we go. Questions. Power line rendering, yes. Good that that's number one, because that's like the fuzziest shit. Do you want the full shader-based slag single pixel solution in this issue? Should we ship as a clean non-shaded version first and iterate? Go full big dick solution. Dude, it's got 15% left, which is wild. Homie fucking ran with that shit. For the Outpost quest, what exact enclosure rule should count as no debuff? Tile under player, local walls, or strict enclosed room detection? Should we flood fill out? Two. In each cardinal direction, go until your go up to 32 tiles away. Checking for floor and walls. If you hit sand, break. I actually wonder what the algo here is. Maybe you can just wall yourself off and now you're chill. Or do you need to place floors down as well? Decisions. I think walls, honestly. If none found in all directions, then debuff. Don't worry about the floor, actually. Three, should sand reuse and rename the existing sand block item floor? Not sure. Sand block might be old, so maybe we delete. Not sure. Whatever you want. 4. For the powered stone gate, should auto orientation key off only adjacent stone walls, gates, or any wall family? Just stone. Oh, any wall family. 5. For bob fall off tuning, do you want me to pick reasonable initial values by tune fuel? Defaults. 6. Do you want this delivered as one large atomic implementation, Babel 173, or split into sequential child-sized commits under the same issue? Child-sized. Tackle them one by one so I can review. Okay. Well, no. I think honestly, I could probably use this to do like just a bunch of really cool random shit in parallel. Maybe. Like, I can always have like shit running here, and then for other stuff I tried this. I will try the workflow and I'll see how it feels. So balance sequential sub issues, anyone commit but child and order, data, items, tools, recipes. Yes, go for it. Don't stop until everything is finished. Off you go. Make sure to write tests as you see appropriate to verify that things are working. Why does it say 27% left? Is it maybe going the opposite direction? Because this said 9% earlier. So it makes me think it's inverse and it's cooked. Or maybe not. Maybe I'm tripping. I'm probably tripping. Alright, well, it's going. It's not going to stop till it's finished. Adding in all the goddamn fucking content in the world. Isn't that marvelous? Wow, now we've got some free time to fuck around. What is on the to-do list? I wonder. I wonder what I should do. Well, the clan could be programming. Who knows? Oops, muted. I'm actually going to do the rest of this offline because I feel like taking it easy today. Yeah, I'm just going to go fuck around. Maybe play a little bit of guitar, relax, have a nap. I need an early night tonight, man. My sleep schedule has been cooked. So I'll see y'all on the flip. I'll be on tomorrow. Bright and early, hopefully, with how everything just went. So, yep. Peace out, gentlemen. Thanks for tuning in the stream. And, yeah. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.